Right now, 3 miles beneath your feet, in trenches so deep they've never felt sunlight, something is moving in the darkness. The deep ocean holds more mysteries than the surface of Mars, and we've explored less than 5% of it. Each time our deepest submersibles descend into these alien waters, they return with more questions than answers. Sounds that shouldn't exist, structures that defy explanation, ships that vanished without trace, their stories buried in crushing black silence. Tonight, we're diving deeper than surface mysteries, deeper than comfortable explanations. We're going where the familiar rules of physics bend, where experienced pilots report encounters their training never prepared them for, and where the line between science and the unthinkable begins to blur. These aren't the tidy mysteries found in documentaries. These are the cases that marine biologists discuss in whispers, the sonar readings that naval officers classify without explanation, the discoveries that somehow never make it to peer review. Join us as we descend into the deepest enigmas our planet has to offer. Let the unknown currents of the abyss carry you gently into rest. The bloop, an unidentified sound. When the hydrophones scattered across the Pacific Ocean's depths picked up an ultra-low frequency sound on May 19, 1997, the technicians monitoring the equipment assumed their instruments had malfunctioned. The sound was unlike anything in their acoustic databases, a deep, resonant pulse that traveled over 3,000 nautical miles through the crushing darkness of the deep ocean. They called it the bloop. What made this discovery so unsettling wasn't just the sound itself, but its sheer magnitude. The acoustic signature suggested something enormous had created it, something far larger than any known marine animal. Marine biologists scrambled to find explanations, but even the largest blue whales produce sounds that pale in comparison to what those hydrophones captured that morning. Dr. Christopher Fox from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration was among the first scientists to analyze the recordings. His initial reaction was one of complete bewilderment. The sound displayed characteristics that defied easy categorization. It rose rapidly in frequency over approximately 1 minute, then vanished into silence. The source appeared to be roughly 1,500 miles west of Chile's southern coast, in some of the deepest waters on Earth. The SOSUS array, originally designed by the U.S. Navy to track Soviet submarines during the Cold War, had been repurposed for scientific research by the late 1990s. These underwater listening posts, positioned at strategic points across the ocean floor, were sensitive enough to detect whale songs from hundreds of miles away. But the bloop was different. It registered on sensors separated by vast distances simultaneously, indicating an acoustic event of unprecedented scale. Marine biologist Dr. Susan Martinez spent months comparing the bloop's frequency patterns to known biological sounds. Blue whales, the ocean's loudest inhabitants, produce calls that reach roughly 188 decibels and can travel up to 1,000 miles underwater. The bloop's intensity suggested something generating sounds at levels that would require a creature of impossible proportions. Theoretical calculations indicated an animal potentially several times larger than the biggest blue whale ever recorded, yet no such creature has ever been observed, filmed, or discovered through any other means. The sound's characteristics presented another puzzle. Unlike the rhythmic, patterned calls of marine mammals, the bloop appeared as a singular event, a one-time acoustic burst that seemed to emerge from the deep Pacific silence without warning. Marine animals typically produce sounds for communication, navigation, or feeding, but the bloop's isolated nature suggested something else entirely. Some researchers proposed geological explanations. The ocean floor, along the Pacific Ring of Fire, experiences constant seismic activity. Underwater earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and massive landslides regularly reshape the sea floor. Dr. Robert Ballard, famous for discovering the Titanic, suggested the bloop might have originated from an iceberg breaking away from Antarctic ice shelves. As these massive ice formations crack and shift, they can produce sounds that travel extraordinary distances through water. The iceberg theory gained credibility when NOAA scientists analyzed similar sounds recorded in subsequent years. Several acoustic events registered by the SOS array displayed comparable characteristics to the bloop, and satellite imagery confirmed large iceberg calving events in the Southern Ocean around the same timeframes. The crushing pressure and temperature variations of deep water, can cause ice to fracture in ways that produce surprisingly loud acoustic signatures. But the iceberg explanation, while scientifically plausible, doesn't fully account for the bloop's unique properties. The sound's frequency profile and duration remained distinctly different from other documented iceberg-related noises. Some marine acoustic specialists noted that the bloop's characteristics more closely resembled biological calls than geological phenomena, just scaled up to impossible proportions. Dr. Emma Way, a deep-sea researcher at Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, points to how little we understand about the ocean's deepest regions. Less than 5% of Earth's oceans have been explored, and the deepest trenches remain largely mysterious. The area where the bloop originated sits above the Peru-Chile Trench, where depths exceed 26,000 feet. These abyssal plains host ecosystems that might harbor species completely unknown to science. Recent discoveries in deep ocean environments have consistently surprised marine biologists. Giant tube worms thriving around hydrothermal vents, bioluminescent creatures creating their own light shows in perpetual darkness, and massive deep-sea jellyfish with tentacles stretching over 100 feet. The deep ocean regularly reveals lifeforms that challenge our understanding of biological limits. Could something equally extraordinary exist in the depths where the bloop originated? The acoustic properties of deep water complicate any definitive analysis. Sound waves behave differently under extreme pressure, and the ocean's thermal layers can focus and amplify noises in unexpected ways. What might seem like a massive biological signature could theoretically originate from a much smaller source, magnified and distorted by the unique physics of the deep-sea environment. 27 years after that initial detection, the bloop remains officially classified as an unidentified acoustic event. NOAA continues monitoring ocean sounds through their acoustic surveillance networks, but nothing matching the bloop's exact characteristics has been recorded again. This singular nature adds to the mystery. If the bloop originated from a natural, ongoing process, similar sounds should theoretically occur with some regularity. The silence that followed that May morning in 1997 might be just as significant as the sound itself. Modern deep-sea exploration continues pushing into previously unreachable depths, utilizing advanced submersibles and remote sensing technologies. Each expedition into the ocean's deepest regions reveals new species and geological formations, yet none have provided definitive answers about what generated that haunting pulse that traveled thousands of miles through the Pacific's darkness. The bloop endures as one of those rare scientific mysteries where the known facts only deepen the questions. Somewhere beneath miles of black water, in pressures that would crush surface dwellers instantly, something created an acoustic signature that reached across vast oceanic distances, whether geological, biological, or something else entirely. The deep Pacific keeps this secret locked in its crushing depths. The Disappearance of Flight 19, December 5, 1945. 5 Navy Avenger torpedo bombers lifted off from Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station for what should have been a routine 2-hour training mission. Flight 19, as it was designated, carried 14 experienced aviators into clear afternoon skies over the Bahamas. None of them would ever return. At 3:45 p.m., radio operators at the base received the first transmission that something had gone wrong. Lieutenant Charles Taylor, the flight leader, reported that his compass was malfunctioning. Within minutes, the entire squadron was reporting the same impossible phenomenon. 5 separate compasses, all spinning wildly, all failing simultaneously. The radio transcripts from that afternoon still exist in naval archives, and they paint a picture of growing confusion and mounting dread. Taylor's voice crackles through decades of static as he tells the control tower, "We can't find west. Everything looks wrong. We can't be sure of any direction. Everything looks strange, even the ocean." The flight had been following a standard triangular route known as Navigation Problem Number 1. Fly east 56 miles to Hens and Chickens Shoals for bombing practice, then continue northeast for 67 miles, then southwest back to base. Simple geometry that hundreds of training flights had completed without incident. But somewhere over those turquoise waters, Flight 19 had entered a navigational nightmare that defied explanation. Radio operator Robert Cox, flying independently in the area, picked up the distress calls and attempted to guide the lost squadron home. The conversations that followed reveal a level of disorientation that experienced naval aviators should never have experienced. Taylor reported seeing land that shouldn't have been there, ocean colors that seemed wrong, and islands where none existed on their charts. By 4 p.m., the situation had deteriorated further. Flight 19's transmissions described flying over small islands and shallow water, but their reported position placed them over deep ocean. The planes were burning fuel at an alarming rate, and Taylor was becoming increasingly erratic in his communications. At one point, he announced his intention to fly north until they hit the Florida coast, then follow it south to their base. It was a sound strategy with one fatal flaw. They weren't where Taylor thought they were. The last coherent transmission from Flight 19 came at 6:04 p.m. Taylor's voice, barely audible through mounting static, reported that they were attempting to fly west again, then silence. 14 men and 5 aircraft had simply vanished into the gathering darkness of the Atlantic. Within hours, the Navy launched one of the largest search and rescue operations in its history. The mission included the Martin Mariner flying boat Training 49, carrying 13 additional crew members. At 7:27 p.m., just 23 minutes after takeoff, Training 49 sent its standard position report. It was their last communication. The rescue plane had also disappeared without a trace. The search expanded across 300,000 square miles of ocean and coastline. Coast Guard cutters, destroyers, submarines, and aircraft from multiple bases combed the waters for 5 days. They found nothing: no wreckage, no oil slicks, no debris, no bodies. It was as if 18 planes and their crews had been erased from existence. The official Navy report, completed months later, offered no definitive explanation. Investigators noted Taylor's apparent confusion and suggested he may have become disoriented, leading his flight further out to sea rather than toward land. They theorized that the planes eventually ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean, sinking without a trace in the deep waters northeast of the Bahamas. But the report couldn't explain the compass failures, the strange radio transmissions describing impossible geography, or why such experienced aviators would become so completely lost in an area they knew well. Taylor had over 2,500 flight hours and extensive experience in the region. His student pilots were all advanced trainees, not beginners prone to panic. Weather reports from December 5th show clear skies and calm seas, ideal flying conditions. The Avengers were robust aircraft designed for combat operations, not delicate machines prone to mechanical failure. Each plane carried life rafts and emergency equipment that should have kept the crews alive for days if they'd managed a water landing. More puzzling still were the anomalous radio transmissions recorded by multiple stations. Operators reported hearing Flight 19's voices for hours after their last official communication, sometimes faint and distorted, sometimes crystal clear. These phantom signals seemed to come from impossible directions, as if the planes were flying in areas that search aircraft had thoroughly covered. Some investigators later noted similarities to other disappearances in the same general area. Ships and planes had been vanishing in the waters between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico for decades, often under circumstances that defied conventional explanation. The loss of Flight 19 became the cornerstone case that would eventually give this region its ominous name, the Bermuda Triangle. In the decades since, numerous theories have emerged to explain what happened that December afternoon: magnetic anomalies that could disrupt compasses and navigation instruments, underwater geological formations that might produce methane gas bubbles capable of sinking ships or downing aircraft, even suggestions of temporal distortions or electromagnetic phenomena that could disorient pilots and interfere with radio communications. Yet none of these theories fully account for the specific details of Flight 19's disappearance. The simultaneous compass failures, the descriptions of impossible geography, the complete absence of wreckage, and the loss of the rescue plane create a constellation of mysteries that resist simple explanation. The families of the lost airmen waited for answers that never came. The Navy eventually declared all 18 men dead, but their remains were never found, their fate never definitively established. What began as a routine training flight became one of aviation's most enduring mysteries, a puzzle that continues to challenge our understanding of navigation, communication, and the very nature of the ocean itself. Somewhere beneath the waves of the Western Atlantic, the truth about Flight the 19th of May still lie waiting, locked in the silent darkness of the deep. the Yonaguni Monument. 25 years ago, marine geologist Kihachiro Aratake was leading a routine dive survey off the southern coast of Japan when he encountered something that would challenge everything we understand about human civilization. Beneath 60 feet of Pacific water, he found himself face to face with what appeared to be a massive stone temple, one that shouldn't exist. The Yonaguni Monument, as it came to be known, stretches nearly 500 feet in length and rises 80 feet from the ocean floor. Its surfaces display features that seem impossible for natural rock formation to create: perfectly straight edges, right-angle corners, and what appear to be carved steps leading to nowhere. Most unsettling of all are the parallel grooves that run across its face, as if massive tools had been dragged across the stone in deliberate patterns. Dr. Masaaki Kimura, a marine seismologist from the University of the Ryukyus, has spent decades studying this underwater enigma. His measurements reveal something extraordinary. The monument's proportions follow mathematical relationships found in ancient architecture. The main terrace sits at precisely 10 meters below the surface, with subsidiary levels descending in geometric progression. These aren't random measurements. They're the language of engineering. But here's where the mystery deepens. If this structure was built by human hands, it would have been constructed during the last ice age, when sea levels were 130 feet lower than today. That places its creation somewhere between 10,000 and 15,000 years ago, thousands of years before we believed advanced stoneworking civilizations existed in this region. The Japanese archaeological establishment remains divided. Traditional geologists point to the monument's sandstone composition, arguing that natural weathering and tectonic activity could explain its angular features. They note that the entire region sits atop active fault lines, where geological forces regularly fracture rock along straight planes. The parallel striations, they suggest, result from centuries of current erosion, not human tools. Yet those who've descended to examine the structure firsthand describe details that challenge this explanation. Multiple divers have documented what appears to be a road circling the monument's base, complete with stone posts that could once have supported barriers or markers. There's a feature that resembles a stadium, complete with two parallel stone walls and what looks like seating areas carved into the rock face. Most compelling of all is the discovery of what researchers call the Turtle Monument, a separate stone formation located 200 meters from the main structure. This smaller feature bears an uncanny resemblance to a sea turtle, complete with a distinct head, shell pattern, and flippers. If natural forces carved this sandstone into such a specific shape, they demonstrated an almost supernatural attention to biological detail. The implications extend far beyond a single underwater formation. If the Yonaguni Monument represents human construction, it suggests that sophisticated maritime cultures existed in the Pacific millennia before our current historical timeline acknowledges. These would have been people capable of moving massive stone blocks, understanding architectural principles, and creating structures designed to last, structures that have indeed survived submersion for over 10,000 years. Carbon dating of limestone found on the monument's surface has yielded ages of approximately 14,000 years, supporting the theory that it was above water during the late Pleistocene epoch. But carbon dating only tells us when organic material died, not when stones were cut or arranged. The monument itself remains frustratingly difficult to date with precision. Local Yonaguni Island legends speak of Mu, a lost civilization that once connected Japan to Taiwan by land bridge. These oral traditions, passed down through generations of fishermen and pearl divers, describe ancient cities that vanished beneath the waves during a great catastrophe. Anthropologists have long dismissed these stories as folklore, but the monument's discovery has given them new weight. What makes the controversy particularly intense is the broader archaeological context. Across the Pacific, underwater formations with similar characteristics have been documented near Taiwan, Hawaii, and even off the California coast. If these represent a connected culture, we're looking at evidence of early Pacific navigation and construction capabilities that predate our earliest known civilizations by millennia. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, has examined the monument using ground-penetrating radar and underwater photography. His analysis reveals internal cavities and chambers that appear deliberately hollowed out. These aren't the random voids typical of natural rock formation, but organized spaces that could once have served functional purposes: storage, shelter, or ceremony. The monument's defenders point to tool marks visible on certain surfaces, scratches and gouges that appear too regular and directional to result from natural erosion. They've documented what looks like anchor holes drilled into the rock, and several features that align with astronomical events: the spring and autumn equinoxes, the summer solstice. Such alignments rarely occur by accident in natural stone formations. Yet the skeptics raise valid concerns. The region's geology includes extensive sandstone beds that naturally fracture along predictable plains. Underwater currents in the area are strong and consistent, capable of carving straight channels through softer rock over thousands of years. Most importantly, no artifacts have been recovered from the site. No pottery, tools, or organic remains that would definitively prove human habitation. The debate intensifies when we consider sea level changes. Climate data confirms that the area remained above water until approximately 10,000 years ago, when the final ice age melt raised global ocean levels. If humans built the monument during this window, they would have had to possess advanced stone-cutting technology and organizational capabilities that mainstream archaeology doesn't recognize in Paleolithic cultures. Recent underwater exploration has revealed additional anomalies surrounding the main structure. Parallel ridges extend outward from the monument's base, resembling the foundation patterns of complex settlements. There are circular formations that could be building footprints, and linear features that suggest an organized ground plan. If these are natural formations, they represent a remarkable coincidence of geological forces. The Yonaguni Monument remains exactly where Aratake found it 3 decades ago, 60 feet beneath the surface, challenging our assumptions about human capability and the timeline of civilization. Each dive reveals new details. Each measurement raises new questions. Whether carved by ancient hands or sculpted by geological forces, it stands as a reminder that the ocean guard's secrets we're only beginning to understand. The Baltic Sea Anomaly. When the Ocean X team's sonar equipment detected something in June 2011, 60 meters beneath the Baltic Sea's surface, they expected another shipwreck. What they found instead has divided scientists, archaeologists, and oceanographers for over a decade. The circular object, measuring roughly 60 meters in diameter, sits perfectly positioned on the seabed like nothing they'd encountered before. Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, veteran treasure hunters with decades of experience mapping the Baltic's floor, had seen countless anomalies: submarines from 2 world wars, merchant vessels claimed by storms, even ancient settlements drowned by rising seas. But this formation defied every category they knew. The sonar images revealed geometric precision that seemed almost deliberate. The team's initial photographs showed what appeared to be a massive disc-shaped structure, scarred by what looked like drag marks extending nearly 200 meters behind it, as if something had crashed here, sliding across the seafloor before coming to rest. The surface displayed angular features, straight lines, and what resembled an entrance or opening along one edge. Natural rock formations rarely exhibit such defined geometry. When marine geologist Steve Weiner first examined the samples retrieved from the site, his analysis revealed something unexpected. The object contained materials with unusually high amounts of manganese and iron, but arranged in ways that didn't match typical geological processes. More puzzling still, the composition included metals rarely found together in natural formations at this depth. The Baltic Sea Anomaly, as researchers began calling it, posed immediate challenges to conventional scientific explanation. Located in waters known for their unique geological history, the object sits in a region where the seafloor typically consists of sedimentary layers accumulated over millennia. Yet this formation appeared to rest on top of these layers, suggesting it arrived there relatively recently in geological terms. Swedish marine archaeologist Peter Lindberg's team conducted multiple diving expeditions to study the object directly. Each visit raised new questions. The structure's surface appeared smooth in some areas, almost machined, while other sections showed what looked like natural incrustation from decades or centuries underwater. Divers reported feeling physical effects while working near the object: communication equipment malfunctioning, electromagnetic interference disrupting their instruments. Dr. Volker Burchard, an associate professor of geology at Stockholm University, analyzed sediment samples from around the anomaly. His findings suggested the object had been present for at least several hundred years, based on the marine growth patterns and sediment accumulation around its base. But this timeline only deepened the mystery. What technology from centuries past could have created such precise geometric forms? The object's location adds another layer of complexity. The Baltic Sea has served as a crucial maritime corridor for over 1,000 years. Viking longships, Hanseatic League merchants, and countless naval vessels have traversed these waters. If something this substantial crashed here, why do no historical records mention it? The area's well-documented shipping routes make an unrecorded disaster seem unlikely. Marine biologist Stefan Forsberg studied the ecosystem surrounding the anomaly and discovered something remarkable. The usual Baltic Sea marine life appeared notably absent in the immediate vicinity of the object. Fish populations, typically abundant at this depth, seem to avoid the area entirely. Even bacterial mats, which colonize virtually every surface in these nutrient-rich waters, showed unusual patterns around the structure. Theories attempting to explain the anomaly range from the geological to the extraordinary. Some researchers propose it could be a previously unknown type of glacial formation, created during the last ice age by processes not yet understood. The Baltic region experienced dramatic geological changes as massive ice sheets advanced and retreated, potentially creating unique rock formations. Others suggest the object might be a massive meteorite or asteroid fragment that impacted the seafloor in historical times. The drag marks behind it could support this theory, indicating the object slid along the bottom after impact. However, the geometric precision and apparent artificial features challenge this explanation. The most controversial theories propose the anomaly represents something artificial, perhaps a crashed aircraft from World War II, when the Baltic Sea witnessed intense military activity. German and Soviet forces conducted extensive operations in these waters, including experimental aircraft testing. Could this be wreckage from some previously classified technology? More speculative explanations suggest the object predates known human civilization entirely. If ancient peoples possessed maritime capabilities beyond current historical understanding, this structure could represent archaeological evidence of lost technologies. The precision of its construction would require sophisticated tools and techniques. Dennis Osberg's continued investigation has documented additional anomalies in the surrounding area. Sonar surveys reveal several smaller objects with similar geometric properties scattered across the nearby seafloor. These subsidiary formations suggest the main anomaly might be part of a larger complex, most of which remains buried or undiscovered. The electromagnetic interference experienced by divers continues to puzzle electronics experts. Equipment that functions normally elsewhere in the Baltic Sea experiences systematic failures when operated near the object. Cameras malfunction. Sonar equipment provides inconsistent readings, and communication devices suffer from interference patterns that marine electronics specialists can't explain. Recent deep-sea imaging technology has provided clearer views of the anomaly, revealing additional structural details that deepen rather than resolve the mystery. What initially appeared to be random surface features now show patterns suggesting internal complexity. The object may not be solid throughout, potentially containing chambers or voids that current technology cannot adequately explore. As research continues, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains one of marine archaeology's most perplexing discoveries. Each investigation yields new questions while providing few definitive answers. The object sits silently on the seafloor, holding its secrets beneath 60 meters of dark Baltic water, challenging every attempt at easy categorization. Whether geological formation, historical wreckage, or something else entirely, the anomaly represents how much remains unknown in Earth's waters. In an age when satellite imagery maps every square meter of land, the ocean depths continue guarding mysteries that resist explanation, waiting in the darkness for answers that may never come. The Mariana Trench's deepest secrets. When James Cameron reached the deepest point of the Mariana Trench in 2012, his submarine's cameras captured something that marine biologists still struggle to explain: a perfect geometric formation carved into the seafloor, sitting 7 miles beneath the surface, where no human technology should have ever existed. The Challenger Deep, as this bottommost point is known, represents our planet's most extreme frontier. At 36,200 feet below sea level, the pressure reaches 1,086 times what we experience on land. That's equivalent to having 50 jumbo jets stacked on top of every square inch of your body. Yet life persists here, and not just any life, forms that seem to operate by rules we haven't discovered yet. 3 years before Cameron's historic descent, unmanned probes began transmitting data that marine scientists quietly described as impossible. Temperature readings fluctuated in patterns that violated every known principle of deep-sea thermal dynamics. Water samples contained isotopes that shouldn't exist at those depths. Most puzzling of all, sonar readings detected what appeared to be artificial structures embedded in the trench walls. Dr. Patricia Fryer, who has spent 30 years studying the Mariana region, encountered her career-defining mystery in 2009. Her research vessel was mapping the trench's eastern slope when their equipment registered something extraordinary: a series of perfectly aligned holes, each exactly 12 meters in diameter, descending into the rock face at mathematically precise intervals. When the first high-resolution images arrived, Fryer's team fell silent. These weren't natural formations. The holes showed clear signs of boring, as if something had systematically drilled through solid basalt with surgical precision. The spacing between each opening followed a pattern that marine geologists recognized from human engineering, yet the formations appeared to be thousands of years old. But the geometric anomalies were just the beginning. In 2016, researchers discovered that the deepest sections of the trench experience seismic activity that doesn't correspond to any known tectonic processes. The tremors occur in rhythmic cycles, almost like a massive heartbeat pulsing through the Earth's crust every 3.7 hours. Seismologists have recorded these patterns for over 8 years now, and they show no signs of stopping or changing. The biological discoveries prove equally mystifying. Traditional deep-sea life operates under predictable constraints: limited food sources, extreme pressure, perpetual darkness. Yet the Challenger Deep hosts creatures that seem to defy these limitations. Xenophyophores, single-celled organisms that grow larger than dinner plates, cluster around specific areas of the trench in formations that suggest deliberate organization rather than random distribution. Marine biologist Dr. Lisa Levin documented something even stranger during a 2018 expedition. Her team's cameras recorded bioluminescent displays emanating from the deepest sections of the trench, not the random flashing typical of deep-sea creatures, but coordinated light patterns that pulsed in synchronization across vast distances. The phenomenon lasted for 47 minutes, with different species appearing to participate in what looked disturbingly like communication. When Levin analyzed the footage, she found that the light patterns contained mathematical sequences, prime numbers, Fibonacci spirals, geometric progressions that marine biology textbooks insist shouldn't exist in organisms without advanced neural systems. Yet there it was, captured in high definition, challenging fundamental assumptions about intelligence in the deep ocean. The pressure itself behaves strangely in certain pockets of the trench. Standard calculations predict that at maximum depth, the crushing force should prevent any gas formation or bubble activity. However, Cameron's cameras documented areas where what appeared to be gas plumes rose from the seafloor, maintaining their structure despite the impossible conditions. Chemical analysis revealed these weren't methane or any known deep-sea gases, but compounds that don't match any element on the periodic table. More recently, acoustic monitoring has revealed another layer to the mystery. Sound travels differently in the deepest parts of the Mariana Trench. Hydrophones positioned at various depths consistently record audio anomalies, sounds that seem to originate from below the deepest measured point, as if something exists even further down than our instruments can detect. These recordings, when played back at normal speed, sound like mechanical noise, but when slowed down by a factor of 10, they reveal patterns that acoustic specialists describe as structured, almost like language. The sounds repeat in cycles, with variations that suggest different phrases or sentences, though no linguistic expert has been able to decode their meaning. Perhaps most unsettling are the reports from deep-sea pilots who have descended to the Challenger Deep, multiple operators, working independently and unaware of each other's experiences, describe moments when their external cameras capture movement in their peripheral sensors, large forms moving just beyond the edge of the light's reach. When they adjust course to investigate, nothing appears on camera. Yet the sonar continues to show massive objects maintaining pace with the vessels. Commander Don Walsh, who first reached the bottom in 1960, rarely discusses his deepest observations publicly. But in a 2019 interview, he admitted that he and Jacques Piccard encountered something during their historic dive that didn't make it into official reports. "We saw structures," Walsh said quietly, "things that looked built rather than grown or formed. But we were only on bottom for 20 minutes, and the visibility was..." He paused for a long moment. "Let's just say there are aspects of that dive we decided to keep between ourselves." The Japanese research vessel Kuroshio made perhaps the most significant discovery in 2020. Though the findings remain largely unpublished, their deep-sea drone encountered what mission logs describe as architectural remains, at coordinates that place them deeper than any previously explored section of the trench. The few leaked images show what appear to be carved symbols on stone surfaces, though marine geologists insist that stone carving is impossible at such depths and pressures. As we continue pushing deeper into the Mariana Trench, each expedition raises more questions than it answers. The deepest place on Earth guards secrets that challenge our understanding of geology, biology, and perhaps the very history of our planet. 7 miles down, in crushing darkness where no sunlight has ever penetrated, something waits in the depths, something that existing science cannot yet explain. The vanishing of the SS Waratah. When the SS Waratah sailed from Durban Harbor on July 26, 1909, passengers waved from the deck as families gathered on the pier below. Among them stood Claude Sawyer, a mining engineer who had booked passage but changed his mind at the last moment, stepping off the vessel with an inexplicable sense of unease. He would later describe nightmares of drowning and a ship turning turtle in heavy seas. By evening, 239 souls were aboard the Waratah as she steamed into the Indian Ocean, bound for Cape Town. She was never seen again. The Waratah's disappearance sparked what became the most extensive maritime search operation of the early 20th century. For months, ships scoured the treacherous waters off South Africa's coast, following leads that evaporated like morning mist. Wreckage that seemed promising turned out to belong to other vessels. Oil slicks led nowhere. The ocean had simply swallowed an entire passenger liner without leaving so much as a deck chair behind. What makes the Waratah's vanishing particularly haunting is how thoroughly the ship and everyone aboard ceased to exist in any traceable way. Unlike the Titanic, which would meet its fate 3 years later amid ice and wireless distress calls, the Waratah sent no emergency signals. No lifeboats were found. No bodies ever surfaced along the endless beaches of the Eastern Cape. The vessel achieved something that seems almost impossible in our connected age: complete and absolute disappearance. The Blue Anchor Line's newest passenger ship had been making her second voyage between England and South Africa, carrying wool merchants, colonial administrators, and families seeking fortune in the gold fields. At 500 feet long and displacing nearly 10,000 tons, she represented modern maritime engineering. Yet passengers had begun whispering about the ship's stability during rough weather, noting how she seemed to roll more heavily than expected, taking too long to right herself after each wave. Captain Joshua Ilbery, commanding the vessel, had voiced his own concerns to company officials. The Waratah rode high when not fully loaded, making her top-heavy. Her cargo holds, partially empty on this particular voyage, created an imbalance that experienced seamen recognized as dangerous. But commercial pressures meant she sailed on schedule, passengers and crew trusting in steel hull construction and maritime protocols that had served well on less temperamental vessels. The last confirmed sighting came from the cargo steamer Clan McIntyre, whose officers spotted the Waratah's lights approximately 150 miles northeast of East London, South Africa. The timestamp reads 9:30 p.m. on July 26th. After that moment, the passenger liner effectively stepped outside recorded history, leaving behind only questions that have deepened with each passing decade. Search efforts began within days when the Waratah failed to reach Cape Town on schedule. The government dispatch vessel Hermes combed likely routes while commercial ships diverted to scan the horizon for distress signals or debris. Aviation was still in its infancy, limiting search capabilities to surface vessels covering vast expanses of notoriously dangerous waters. The Agulhas Current, where warm Indian Ocean waters meet the cold Atlantic, creates sea conditions that can overwhelm even large ships with remarkable speed. Theories about the Waratah's fate range from plausible to fantastical. Maritime investigators favor the explanation that she encountered one of the region's infamous rogue waves, towering walls of water that can reach 65 feet high and strike with devastating force. A ship already struggling with stability issues would have little chance against such a phenomenon. The vessel could have capsized so quickly that radio operators had no time to send distress signals, explaining the complete absence of emergency communications. Others point to the possibility of structural failure in heavy seas. The Waratah's design, while modern for its time, incorporated features that later analysis suggested might compromise seaworthiness in extreme conditions. Her high center of gravity, combined with insufficient ballast when cargo holds weren't full, created a recipe for disaster if she encountered the wrong combination of wind and waves. More controversial theories suggest the ship fell victim to German submarine activity, though official records from 1909 show no U-boat operations in those waters. Some researchers propose collision with an uncharted reef or the remote possibility of internal explosion, perhaps caused by improperly stored mining equipment being transported to South African operations. The human dimension of the Waratah's disappearance adds layers of poignancy to the maritime mystery. Families waited months for news that never came, scanning passenger manifests published in newspapers alongside increasingly desperate appeals for information. Children grew up never knowing their father's fates. Widows remarried without ever learning whether their first husbands had truly perished or somehow survived on an uncharted island. Claude Sawyer, the mining engineer who had stepped off the ship at the last moment, became something of a celebrity for his apparent prescience. He claimed vivid dreams had shown him the Waratah's destruction, describing scenarios that seemed to match investigative theories about the vessel's possible fate. Whether genuine intuition or elaborate fabrication, Sawyer's account added supernatural undertones to an already mysterious story. Modern technology has brought renewed interest in solving the Waratah puzzle. Sonar mapping, satellite imagery, and deep-sea exploration techniques unavailable to 1909 searchers have identified multiple wrecks along the South African coast. Several expeditions have investigated promising targets, but none has yielded the definitive evidence that would finally explain what happened to the passenger liner and her 239 souls. The SS Waratah remains the ocean's most complete disappearing act, a reminder that even in our age of GPS tracking and instant communication, the sea can still claim vessels without leaving traces for the living world to find. Somewhere beneath the rolling swells off Africa's coast, the answer waits in darkness that has kept its secret for more than a century, perhaps still holding the personal effects, the final letters home, the everyday objects that once belonged to people who simply sailed into the unknown and never returned. Bioluminescent Phenomena. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez descended into the Pacific's midnight zone in 2019, she expected darkness. What she found instead was a living constellation that defied every textbook she'd ever read. Creatures pulsing with blue-green fire, trailing ribbons of light through water black as space itself. The footage she brought back left her colleagues speechless. Not because bioluminescence was unknown, but because what she documented shouldn't have been possible at those depths, in those patterns, with that intensity. Bioluminescence seems simple enough on the surface. Living light, created by chemical reactions within organisms, luciferin meeting luciferase, in the presence of oxygen, releasing photons like biological fireworks. Scientists have mapped the chemistry, identified the proteins, even replicated the process in laboratories. Yet for all our understanding of the mechanics, the deeper mysteries remain untouched. Consider the Milky Sea's phenomenon, first documented by sailors centuries ago, but only recently captured by satellite imagery. Vast expanses of ocean, sometimes covering areas larger than Connecticut, glowing with uniform blue-white light. The luminous fields can persist for hours, visible from space, turning patches of sea into what early mariners described as sailing through liquid starlight. In 2005, researchers finally identified the culprit behind at least some of these events: Vibrio harveyi, a marine bacterium capable of coordinating its bioluminescent display across impossible distances. But here's where conventional explanations begin to fracture. Bacteria don't just accidentally create synchronized light shows spanning thousands of square miles. The level of coordination required suggests communication mechanisms we don't fully comprehend. These organisms are essentially voting on when to illuminate, reaching consensus across distances that should make such coordination impossible. The energy expenditure alone should be evolutionarily disadvantageous, yet these displays have been occurring for millennia. Dr. Vasquez's footage revealed another puzzle that keeps marine biologists awake at night: deep-sea creatures creating what she termed responsive cascades, bioluminescent displays that appeared to pass information from organism to organism like underwater telegraph lines. Touch one creature, and the signal would ripple outward through the water column, carried by species that shouldn't have been able to communicate with each other. Jellyfish responding to cues from squid, which responded to signals from bacteria, creating chains of light that stretched beyond the range of her cameras. The ocean's three-dimensional nature adds layers of complexity that terrestrial bioluminescence never approaches. Fireflies blink in patterns across meadows, but ocean dwellers create spherical galleries of light, with displays occurring simultaneously at multiple depths. Researchers have documented vertical columns of synchronized flashing extending from the surface to depths exceeding 3,000 feet. What evolutionary pressure could have created such elaborate cooperation between species separated by crushing darkness and immense pressure differentials? Recent discoveries have only deepened the mystery. In 2021, a research expedition in the Mariana Trench detected bioluminescent activity at depths where it shouldn't exist. The pressure at those depths crushes submarines. Yet somehow organisms were not only surviving but generating light patterns more complex than anything observed in shallower waters. The creatures responsible remain unidentified. Deep-sea cameras captured only the light itself, pulsing geometric patterns that seemed almost mathematical in their precision. The timing mechanisms puzzle researchers most of all. Many bioluminescent displays occur with clockwork regularity, following cycles unrelated to day and night, tides, or lunar phases. Some deep-sea organisms flash in patterns that correlate with solar activity occurring 93 million miles away. Others respond to magnetic field fluctuations, creating light shows that mirror aurora activity in the upper atmosphere. These creatures exist in eternal darkness, yet somehow remain connected to cosmic rhythms that shouldn't affect them. Temperature anomalies accompany many bioluminescent events, adding another layer of mystery. Water temperatures around intense displays often register several degrees different from surrounding areas, sometimes warmer, sometimes cooler, with no apparent energy source to account for the change. It's as if the act of creating light somehow influences the fundamental properties of seawater itself. The chemistry grows more puzzling the deeper researchers dig. Standard bioluminescent reactions require oxygen, yet some of the most spectacular displays occur in oxygen-depleted zones where traditional bioluminescence should be impossible. These environments host creatures producing light through pathways that don't match any known biochemical processes. When researchers attempt to replicate these reactions in laboratory conditions, the light fails to appear. Something about the deep ocean environment enables biochemistry that can't be duplicated on the surface. Perhaps most unsettling are the reports from deep-sea research vessels of bioluminescent displays that seem to respond to artificial light sources. Submarines descending into the abyss have documented cases where entire ecosystems appear to answer their floodlights with coordinated displays of their own. Marine biologists aboard these vessels describe feeling as though the ocean itself was acknowledging their presence, communicating in a language written in living light. The fossil record offers no clear answers. Bioluminescence leaves no direct traces in stone, so the evolutionary history of these light-generating abilities remains largely theoretical. When did marine life first learn to create light? How did such complex coordination between species develop? The chemical pathways for bioluminescence appear to have evolved independently multiple times, suggesting either incredible coincidence or some fundamental property of life in oceanic environments that makes bioluminescence almost inevitable. Modern research vessels now carry specialized equipment designed specifically for studying bioluminescence, yet each expedition raises more questions than it answers. The ocean's living lights operate according to rules we're only beginning to glimpse, following patterns that suggest levels of organization and purpose that challenge our understanding of marine ecosystems. Dr. Vasquez continues her research, descending into darkness to document light that shouldn't exist, created by mechanisms we can't fully explain, serving purposes that remain as mysterious as the depths that harbor them. Each dive reveals new wonders, new impossibilities, new reminders of how much the ocean keeps hidden in its luminous depths. The mysterious Eltanin antenna. In August 1964, the research vessel USNS Eltanin was conducting routine deep-sea photography 14,000 feet below the surface of the Antarctic Ocean, when its cameras captured something that would puzzle scientists for decades. Among the barren seafloor sediment appeared a perfectly symmetrical, antenna-like structure, metallic, artificial, and utterly out of place in one of Earth's most remote underwater regions. The photograph shows what appears to be a manufactured object rising from the ocean floor. Multiple spokes extend from a central hub at precise angles, resembling a television antenna or some kind of technological array. The structure displays an engineering precision that seems impossible for the crushing depths and eternal darkness of the deep Antarctic waters. Yet there it stands, documented in black and white, challenging everything we understand about what should exist on the abyssal plains. Dr. Thomas Hopkins, the marine biologist who first examined the Eltanin images, later described his initial reaction as complete bewilderment. The structure exhibited characteristics unlike any known deep-sea organism or geological formation. Its metallic appearance suggested artificial construction, but the logistics of placing such an object at that depth, in that location, in 1964, bordered on impossible. The nearest landmass lay hundreds of miles away, and the technological capabilities required to install equipment at such depths were beyond most nations' reach. The discovery sparked immediate speculation within the scientific community. Some researchers proposed it might be an unknown species of deep-sea sponge that had evolved an unusually regular geometric structure. Glass sponges, they noted, could develop complex, lattice-like formations. But the Eltanin object's stark symmetry and apparent metallic composition defied biological explanation. No known organism exhibits such perfect radial geometry, combined with what appeared to be manufactured materials. Other scientists suggested geological origins. Perhaps volcanic activity had created an unusual mineral formation, they theorized. Hydrothermal vents occasionally produce strange crystalline structures. Yet the object's location showed no signs of geothermal activity, and its form bore no resemblance to known mineral formations. The spokes maintained consistent thickness and spacing, suggesting deliberate design rather than natural processes. As word of the discovery spread beyond academic circles, more exotic theories emerged. The structure's antenna-like appearance led some to speculate about extraterrestrial origins. Could this be evidence of alien technology on our ocean floor? The object's placement in one of Earth's most isolated regions would make it an ideal location for covert monitoring equipment. Proponents of this theory pointed to the structure's apparent technological sophistication and the mystery surrounding its origins. The U.S. Navy, which operated the Eltanin, remained notably tight-lipped about the discovery. Official statements described it as an unidentified object requiring further study. But that further study never materialized publicly. Subsequent expeditions to the area either failed to relocate the structure or returned with inconclusive results. Some missions reported finding nothing but empty seafloor where the object had been photographed. Dr. Margaret Rothwell spent 3 years analyzing the original Eltanin photographs using advanced imaging techniques available in the 1970s. Her detailed measurements revealed the structure's dimensions, approximately 3 feet in height, with spokes extending roughly 18 inches from the central hub. The angles between spokes appeared mathematically precise, each separated by exactly 60 degrees. Such geometric perfection rarely occurs in nature without underlying organizational principles. Rothwell's analysis also revealed subtle details missed in initial examinations. The structure's base appeared to extend into the seafloor sediment, suggesting it had been in place long enough for natural burial to begin. yet the exposed portions showed no signs of the marine growth or corrosion expected from prolonged deep ocean exposure. This contradiction deepened the mystery rather than resolving it. Marine archaeologists eventually joined the investigation, wondering if the object might represent unknown human technology from an earlier era. Could some forgotten expedition have left equipment on the ocean floor? Historical records revealed no missions capable of reaching those depths in that region. The few submarines that could theoretically operate at such depths in the 1960s were military vessels, whose movements remained classified. The Cold War context added another layer of intrigue. The Antarctic Ocean served as a strategic monitoring zone for both American and Soviet interests. Could the structure represent classified surveillance equipment from either superpower? Declassified documents from the 1990s revealed extensive underwater monitoring programs, but none placed equipment in the Eltanin discovery area. Attempts to organize return expeditions faced unexpected obstacles. Funding applications were denied without explanation. Research permits proved difficult to obtain. Weather conditions in the Antarctic Ocean became conveniently problematic whenever new missions were planned. The pattern suggested institutional reluctance to pursue the mystery further. In the 1980s, advances in deep-sea exploration technology should have made relocating and examining the structure routine. Remotely operated vehicles could have provided detailed footage and even retrieved samples, yet no such missions materialized. The few independent researchers who attempted to organize expeditions encountered bureaucratic barriers and equipment malfunctions that prevented completion of their objectives. Marine biologist Dr. Sarah Chen reviewed the case in 2003. Applying modern analytical techniques to the original photographs, her computer-enhanced images revealed additional details that earlier researchers had missed. The structure appeared to cast shadows inconsistent with its apparent material composition. Certain areas seemed to absorb light rather than reflecting it, suggesting unknown material properties. Chen's analysis also identified what appeared to be smaller, subsidiary structures around the main antenna. These secondary objects had been dismissed as seafloor debris in earlier studies, but enhanced imaging revealed they shared the main structure's geometric precision. Could this be evidence of a larger installation, mostly buried beneath decades of accumulated sediment? Today, the Eltanin antenna remains one of oceanography's most persistent mysteries. The original photographs continue to circulate among researchers, generating new theories and renewed calls for investigation. Yet the structure itself has never been definitively relocated, studied, or explained. The case highlights the vast unknowns that still characterize our deep oceans. In regions where crushing pressure and eternal darkness make exploration challenging, unusual discoveries challenge our assumptions about what exists in Earth's most inaccessible places. Whether the Eltanin object represents unknown biology, forgotten technology, or something else entirely, its documented existence reminds us that the deep ocean holds secrets we're only beginning to glimpse. The Bermuda Triangle's lost ships. When the Coast Guard radar operator watched 5 distinct blips vanish from his screen in December 1945, he assumed equipment failure. The alternative seemed impossible. 5 training aircraft don't simply cease to exist in clear weather over calm waters. Yet radar tells no lies, and the silence that followed told its own story. Flight 19 was only the beginning. The patch of Atlantic Ocean between Florida, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico had been claiming vessels long before aviation gave it more dramatic prey. Ships have been disappearing here for centuries, swallowed by waters that seem to operate by different rules entirely. The merchant vessel SS Cotopaxi departed Barbados in December 1925, bound for Baltimore with a cargo of coal, 29 souls aboard, favorable weather conditions, an experienced crew. The ship sent no distress signal, left no debris field, simply wasn't there anymore. When search planes swept the area days later, the ocean had absorbed it completely, as if the vessel had never existed at all. Maritime records from the region tell similar stories with unsettling frequency. The MV Joyita, carrying cargo and passengers between the Pacific Islands in 1955, represents perhaps the most haunting example. When searchers finally located the half-submerged wreck weeks later, they found the vessel damaged but seaworthy, its cargo hold empty, and all 25 people aboard missing without trace. No bodies, no signs of struggle, just an abandoned hull drifting in waters that refuse to give up their secrets. Traditional explanations crumble under scrutiny. The Bermuda Triangle experiences no more severe weather than other heavily trafficked shipping lanes. Hurricane seasons affect the entire Caribbean basin equally. Yet the disappearances here carry a distinctive signature: complete vanishment, as if the vessels crossed some invisible threshold and simply stopped existing in our reality. Dr. Richard Greenwell, a marine researcher who spent 3 decades studying anomalous disappearances, documented over 150 cases of vessels going missing in the Triangle under circumstances that defied conventional explanation. His files, now housed at the International Fortean Organization, paint a disturbing pattern. Ships disappear in calm weather. Radio contact ends mid-transmission. Debris fields never materialize. The nuclear submarine USS Scorpion met its fate somewhere beneath these waters in May 1968, though the official investigation attributed the loss to torpedo malfunction. What the classified reports don't explain is why the submarine's final transmission mentioned unusual magnetic readings, or why sonar operators at the Bermuda Naval Station recorded acoustic anomalies in the ship's last known position, hours before communication ceased. Magnetic anomalies have become the favored explanation among researchers seeking rational answers. The theory suggests that unusual magnetic field variations in the region interfere with navigation equipment, leading vessels off course into dangerous waters or causing mechanical failures. Bruce Gernon, a pilot who claims to have experienced these effects firsthand, describes flying through what he calls electronic fog, a phenomenon that allegedly disrupted every instrument in his aircraft while compressing a normally 75-minute flight into just 45 minutes of elapsed time. The geological explanation holds some appeal. The Puerto Rico Trench, plunging to depths exceeding 27,000 feet, creates underwater terrain unlike anywhere else on Earth. Methane hydrate deposits along the continental shelf could theoretically destabilize, creating massive gas bubbles that would reduce water density to the point where ships lose buoyancy and sink instantly. The rapid dispersal of these gas pockets would explain the absence of debris on the surface. Yet methane releases leave chemical signatures. Satellite monitoring would detect large-scale geological events. The disappearances continue despite decades of improved technology and constant surveillance of Atlantic shipping lanes. Commander Sarah Mitchell, who led Coast Guard search operations in the region for 12 years, speaks with careful precision about what she's witnessed. "We've pulled every technical trick there is," she explains. Side-scan sonar, deep-sea submersibles, magnetic anomaly detectors. Some of these vessels should be findable. The ocean floor doesn't just swallow things without a trace. Except here, sometimes it does. The disappearances follow no discernible pattern. Small pleasure craft vanish alongside commercial cargo ships. Military vessels with sophisticated navigation equipment disappear as readily as fishing boats operating with basic GPS. The ocean seems to select randomly, or according to criteria we simply don't understand. Charles Berlitz's research in the 1970s popularized theories involving dimensional portals or extraterrestrial intervention, explanations that mainstream science naturally dismisses. Yet the accumulating evidence resists conventional interpretation. When experienced mariners with modern equipment disappear in clear weather over well-traveled routes, rational explanations begin to feel inadequate. The luxury yacht Witchcraft provides perhaps the most perplexing case. On December 22, 1967, the vessel departed Miami for a short cruise to view the city's Christmas lights from offshore. Owner Dan Barak radioed the Coast Guard around 9 p.m., reporting that his boat had struck something and requesting assistance. The yacht was reportedly taking on no water and was in no immediate danger. Coast Guard cutters reached the reported position within minutes. They found nothing: no boat, no debris, no sign of disturbance on the calm water. The Witchcraft had been equipped with multiple life preservers, flares, and a radio that worked perfectly moments before. 2 men had simply vanished along with their unsinkable vessel in the space of less than 20 minutes. Modern satellite tracking and GPS monitoring have made such complete disappearances theoretically impossible. Every merchant vessel above a certain size broadcasts its position continuously. Cell phones maintain contact with towers hundreds of miles offshore, yet the reports persist. though they now emerge through different channels: insurance claims for missing vessels, families searching for overdue boats, maritime authorities filing incident reports that never quite match official statistics. The triangle keeps its secrets in ways that suggest intelligence, or at least selectivity. For every vessel that vanishes completely, dozens cross the same waters without incident. The disappeared ships seem chosen, rather than randomly lost, selected by criteria that remain opaque to human understanding. Somewhere beneath these deceptively peaceful waters, the ocean continues writing its cryptic messages in copper and steel, in human lives and unanswered transmissions, adding new chapters to a mystery that grows deeper with each passing year. The real origin of the Kraken. When marine biologist Dr. Steve O'Shea received that grainy photograph in 2003, he knew the scientific community was about to confront something they'd been chasing for over a century. The image showed a colossal squid, its hooks embedded in the flesh of a sperm whale, locked in what could only be described as mortal combat. What struck O'Shea wasn't just the size of the creature, it was how perfectly it matched descriptions sailors had whispered about for 800 years. The Kraken, that legendary beast of Norse mythology, capable of crushing entire ships with its tentacles, creating whirlpools that could drag vessels to the ocean floor. For generations, scholars dismissed these accounts as maritime folklore, the fevered imaginings of sailors too long at sea. But O'Shea's photograph suggested something far more unsettling. What if the legends weren't legends at all? The earliest recorded mention of the Kraken appears in the writings of Eric Pontoppidan, Bishop of Bergen, in 1753. Pontoppidan wasn't some superstitious sailor spinning tales in a tavern. He was a respected naturalist, methodical in his documentation. He described encounters with creatures so massive that sailors initially mistook them for islands, complete with what appeared to be beaches and rocky outcroppings. Only when these islands began to move, revealing massive tentacles beneath the surface, did the horrifying truth become clear. Pontoppidan's accounts were remarkably consistent across different sources. Sailors from various expeditions, men who had never met, described identical behaviors: the sudden appearance of massive tentacles breaking the surface, the way these creatures seemed to generate their own currents, and most disturbing of all, their apparent intelligence in the way they approached and examined ships. The connection between these historical accounts and giant squids wasn't seriously considered until 1857, when a Danish zoologist named Japetus Steenstrup examined the beak of what he determined to be a colossal cephalopod. The size calculations were staggering. If Steenstrup's measurements were accurate, the creature would have measured over 40 feet in length, with tentacles capable of reaching around a ship's hull. But here's where the mystery deepens. Despite over 150 years of marine research, despite advances in deep-sea exploration that would have seemed like magic to those early naturalists, we've documented fewer than a dozen encounters with living giant squids. For creatures supposedly responsible for centuries of sea monster sightings, they remain impossibly elusive. Dr. Tsunami Kubodera changed that calculus in 2004 when his team captured the first photographs of a living giant squid in its natural habitat. The images, taken at a depth of 900 meters off Japan's coast, revealed a creature even more alien than the preserved specimens had suggested. The squid's movements were fluid, almost graceful, but there was something in the way it approached the camera that suggested a calculating intelligence. What made Kubodera's discovery particularly intriguing was the location. The squid was found in relatively shallow waters, far from the abyssal depths where researchers had been searching. This raised an uncomfortable question. If giant squids occasionally venture into shallower waters, how many encounters had occurred throughout history that were simply dismissed as sailors' tales? The behavioral evidence is equally compelling. Sperm whales, the giant squid's primary predator, often surface bearing circular scars that can only come from squid suckers. But some of these scars are massive, suggesting encounters with specimens far larger than any scientifically documented. The largest recorded scars indicate tentacles with diameters exceeding 2 feet, belonging to creatures that would dwarf even Kubodera's specimen. More troubling are the recent discoveries of colossal squids, Mesonychoteuthis hamiltoni, in Antarctic waters. These creatures possess rotating hooks instead of sucker rings, weapons evolved specifically for gripping and tearing. The few specimens recovered suggest animals approaching 45 feet in length, with eyes the size of dinner plates, adapted for hunting in the perpetual darkness of the deep ocean. The timeline becomes particularly interesting when you examine whaling records from the 18th and 19th centuries. Ship logs from this period contain numerous references to encounters with sea serpents and island beasts that align perfectly with what we now know about giant cephalopod behavior. Whalers, men intimately familiar with every creature the ocean could offer, repeatedly described encounters with animals that didn't fit any known classification. Captain Henry Collins of the whaling ship Pauline recorded one of the most detailed accounts in 1875. His log describes a creature that surfaced near their vessel, tentacles extending over 60 feet from a central body the size of a large whale. Collins noted the creature's apparent curiosity about the ship, the way it seemed to examine their hull with what he described as deliberate intelligence. The encounter lasted nearly 20 minutes before the animal disappeared into the depths, leaving behind a strong smell of ammonia, a characteristic now known to be associated with cephalopod ink. Modern sonar has detected massive moving objects in the deep ocean that don't correspond to any known marine life. These contacts, dubbed ultra-deep fast movers by naval researchers, appear on sonar as solid objects traveling at speeds inconsistent with known deep-sea creatures. Their size estimates range from 30 to over 100 feet in length. The most unsettling aspect of this mystery isn't what we've discovered about giant squids, it's what we haven't. Despite decades of dedicated research, we know virtually nothing about their behavior, their life cycle, or their true distribution in the world's oceans. We've found them in the Pacific, the Atlantic, and Antarctic waters, suggesting a global population of creatures that have mastered the art of remaining hidden. The Kraken of legend was said to be capable of creating its own weather, generating whirlpools and sudden storms that could destroy ships. Modern marine biology has revealed that large cephalopods can indeed create significant water displacement, and their rapid movements through the water column could theoretically generate localized disturbances that might appear supernatural to 18th century observers. Perhaps the most profound realization is this: the ocean that terrified our ancestors, that spawned legends of monsters lurking beneath the waves, remains largely unchanged. We've mapped less than 20% of the seafloor, explored less than 5% of the ocean's volume. In that vast, dark wilderness, creatures that inspired humanity's oldest nightmares continue to thrive, hunt, and remain magnificently hidden from our understanding. The Sundarbans mega tsunami. When marine geologists analyzed sediment cores from the Bay of Bengal in 2019, they found something that made them recalculate their tsunami models entirely. Layers of sand and debris, deposited far inland across the Sundarbans Delta, told the story of waves that dwarfed anything in recorded history. The evidence pointed to a mega tsunami so massive it would have reshaped the entire coastline of South Asia. What disturbed the research teams wasn't just the scale of these ancient waves. It was the discovery of underwater structures along the continental shelf that could trigger such devastation again, structures that conventional geology struggles to explain. The Sundarbans mangrove forests stretch across 10,000 square kilometers between India and Bangladesh, forming one of the world's most complex river delta systems. Local fishermen have always spoken of areas where the seafloor drops away into impossible depths, places where their nets disappear into what they call the hungry water. For generations, these stories were dismissed as folklore. The sediment analysis changed everything. Dr. Kenji Satake from the University of Tokyo's Earthquake Research Institute was among the first to examine the core samples. The debris layers, some buried 15 meters deep, contained marine fossils mixed with mangrove vegetation in patterns that defied normal tidal action. Radiocarbon dating placed the most recent mega tsunami around 1,300 years ago, with earlier events occurring roughly every 800 to 1,200 years. The geological timeline suggested these weren't isolated incidents, but part of a recurring cycle that the scientific community had never recognized. More troubling still, bathymetric surveys revealed the source of these ancient catastrophes, a series of underwater escarpments and fault systems that don't match any known tectonic activity in the region. The Bay of Bengal sits at the intersection of three tectonic plates, making it geologically active, but the structures identified by sonar mapping exist in areas where the seafloor should be relatively stable. These formations rise from the abyssal plain like sleeping giants, their geometry too precise to be natural erosion, too massive to be human construction. Remote-operated vehicles sent to investigate these underwater mountains have captured footage that challenges our understanding of marine geology. The structures show clear stratification patterns, with distinct layers of different materials forming step-like terraces. Some sections appear to have been carved or shaped, while others display the kind of mathematical precision typically associated with crystalline formation. What makes these findings particularly unsettling is their relationship to historical tsunami records. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, devastating as it was, generated waves that peaked at 30 meters in height. Computer modeling of the Sundarbans structures suggests they could displace water volumes capable of creating waves exceeding 100 meters, traveling at speeds that would reach the Indian and Thai coasts within 2 hours. The Bengali chronicles of the 8th century describe a great wave that swallowed the earth and spat out islands. Local temple records speak of the sea rising higher than the tallest trees, carrying ships inland for dozens of kilometers. These accounts, previously considered mythological, now align disturbingly well with the geological evidence. Marine archaeologist Dr. Sofia Marquez led a joint expedition in 2021 to map these underwater formations more comprehensively. Her team's discoveries only deepened the mystery. Using advanced multi-beam sonar, they identified what appear to be channels or corridors running through the structures, too regular to be natural water flow patterns. Some of these passages extend for kilometers, maintaining consistent dimensions that suggest an underlying architecture. The implications extend beyond tsunami risk assessment. If these structures are natural, they represent a type of geological formation unknown to science. Their positioning along the continental margin, their internal geometry, and their apparent stability all challenge fundamental assumptions about how ocean floors develop over geological time. More concerning is the evidence of recent activity. Seismic monitoring stations have detected low-frequency rumbling emanating from the deepest sections of these structures. The sounds don't match typical earthquake signatures or volcanic activity. They pulse in patterns that some researchers describe as almost rhythmic, occurring in cycles that seem to correlate with tidal maxima. Local fishing communities report changes in sea behavior around these areas. Waters that remained calm for generations now show unusual current patterns and temperature variations. Fish populations have shifted, with deep water species appearing in shallow areas and traditional fishing grounds becoming mysteriously barren. The Bangladesh Institute of Marine Sciences has classified much of this data, citing concerns about public panic and economic impact on coastal communities. However, internal reports leaked to environmental organizations suggest the structures are showing signs of increasing instability. Minor landslides along the underwater escarpments have been recorded, each one potentially serving as a precursor to larger movements. International oceanographic institutions have requested permission to conduct more extensive studies, but bureaucratic delays and territorial disputes have limited access to the most critical areas. The structures lie partially in international waters, partially within Bangladesh's exclusive economic zone, creating jurisdictional complications that have stalled comprehensive investigation. What scientific analysis has been completed reveals materials within the structures that shouldn't exist at those depths. Mineral compositions typical of shallow water environments are found at abyssal depths, while deep-sea sediments appear in configurations that suggest they were deposited from above, not gradually accumulated from the water column. The possibility that these structures could trigger another mega tsunami within our lifetimes isn't just speculation. Stress analysis of the underwater formations shows fracture patterns consistent with materials approaching failure points. The question isn't whether another massive wave will occur, but when, and whether we'll recognize the warning signs in time. The Sundarbans Delta, home to over 4 million people, exists in the shadow of a threat that most of its inhabitants don't know exists. The mangrove forests that protect them from normal storm surges would be swept away like grass before the kind of wave these structures could generate. As climate change raises sea levels and increases storm intensity in the Bay of Bengal, the additional pressure on these already unstable formations adds another variable to an equation we don't fully understand. The sleeping giants beneath the waves hold secrets that could reshape our understanding of both geology and history. But they also pose a threat that makes predicting their behavior one of the most urgent mysteries facing marine science today. The Mary Celeste ghost ship. When Captain David Morehouse spotted the brigantine through his spyglass on December 4, 1872, something felt wrong immediately. The Mary Celeste sailed erratically between Portugal and the Azores, her sails partially set, but catching wind like a ship with no hand at the helm. Morehouse knew this vessel. He'd dined with her captain just weeks before in New York. What his boarding party discovered defied every principle of maritime logic. The Mary Celeste floated in perfect condition, her cargo of denatured alcohol intact, 9 months of food and fresh water still aboard. Captain Benjamin Briggs' personal belongings remained undisturbed in his cabin, including a sword that showed no signs of violence. The ship's papers were missing, along with the lifeboat, the navigation instruments, and every single soul who had sailed her from New York. 10 people had vanished from a seaworthy vessel in calm seas, leaving behind a mystery that has consumed investigators for over 150 years. The facts resist comfortable explanation. This wasn't a case of pirates or mutiny. Nothing valuable had been taken, and the cargo remained secure in the hold. Storm damage couldn't account for the abandonment either. The Mary Celeste showed minimal wear, certainly nothing that would force an experienced captain like Briggs to order his crew and family into a small boat in the middle of the Atlantic. Benjamin Briggs was no reckless sailor. He'd commanded vessels for years, earned respect throughout the maritime community, and had brought his wife Sarah and 2-year-old daughter Sophia on this voyage to Italy. The ship's manifest listed 7 experienced crew members, men who knew the sea's moods and dangers. These weren't people who would abandon a perfectly sound ship without extraordinary cause, yet the evidence suggests they did exactly that. The last entry in the ship's log, dated November 25th, placed the Mary Celeste near the Azores. Captain Morehouse found her 9 days later, roughly 400 miles from that position. What happened during those missing days? The ship had drifted, yes, but traces of recent activity remained. Half-eaten meals sat on tables, the captain's bed appeared slept in, and personal effects lay scattered as if people had left in the middle of daily routines. The British Vice Admiralty Court in Gibraltar spent 3 months examining every detail, interviewing Morehouse and his crew, analyzing the ship's condition. Their official conclusion: inconclusive. The evidence pointed toward hasty abandonment, but offered no satisfactory reason why. Frederick Flood, the court's attorney general, suspected insurance fraud. He theorized that Morehouse and Briggs had conspired to stage the abandonment, sharing the salvage money between them. The theory crumbled under scrutiny. Morehouse and Briggs were acquaintances, not close conspirators, and the salvage award amounted to far less than what such an elaborate scheme would require. More importantly, Briggs and his family were never seen again. No man abandons his wife and child for a modest insurance payout. The natural disaster theory carries more weight. Some investigators propose that seismic activity near the Azores created underwater earthquakes, generating strange sounds and movements that terrified the crew into believing the ship was about to sink. In their panic, they launched the lifeboat, intending to wait at a safe distance until the danger passed. But the Mary Celeste drifted away, leaving them stranded in open ocean. This explains the hasty departure, the missing lifeboat, and the absence of the ship's chronometer and navigation instruments. Briggs would have taken these essential tools if he planned to return. The theory breaks down when you consider that an experienced captain wouldn't abandon ship based on mysterious sounds alone, especially with his family aboard. The cargo itself presents another puzzle. 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol, bound for Italy, remained largely intact, but 9 barrels showed signs of damage, their contents partially evaporated. Some researchers suggest that fumes from the leaked alcohol created an explosion risk, forcing immediate evacuation. The absence of scorch marks or fire damage weakens this explanation, though alcohol vapors could have created the illusion of imminent combustion. Dr. Andrea Sella from University College London conducted experiments in 2006. demonstrating how alcohol vapors might ignite and burn off quickly, leaving no trace. His controlled explosion produced flames that lasted only seconds, but created enough heat and sound to terrify anyone nearby. If similar ignition occurred in the Mary Celeste's hold, Briggs might have ordered immediate abandonment, expecting a massive explosion that never came. Yet questions remain. Why take the ship's papers? Why remove the compass and sextant if they planned a quick return? The removed items suggest a longer separation than a temporary evacuation would require. The human element haunts this mystery most deeply. Sarah Briggs had corresponded regularly with family, describing the voyage's early days with optimism and affection. Her letters from New York mentioned looking forward to showing Sophia the Italian coast. These weren't people preparing for deception or planning elaborate schemes. They were a family embarking on what should have been a routine commercial voyage. Arthur Conan Doyle wrote fiction based on the Mary Celeste, but his embellished account introduced details that have confused the historical record for decades. The real mystery needs no dramatic enhancement. A seaworthy ship, carrying people who simply vanished, creates questions profound enough without fictional additions. Modern analysis using satellite data and oceanographic models has traced possible drift patterns, showing where the lifeboat might have traveled after leaving the Mary Celeste. The calculations reveal a sobering truth. Even under ideal conditions, the small boat faced impossible odds in Atlantic waters. No trace of the missing lifeboat or its occupants has ever been found. The Mary Celeste continued sailing under different names for 12 more years before running aground in Haiti, her captain charged with deliberately destroying her for insurance money. Even in death, this vessel attracted controversy and unanswered questions. Perhaps the mystery's persistence stems from what it represents: the ocean's fundamental indifference to human plans and explanations. The Mary Celeste reminds us that despite our maritime experience, our technological confidence, and our rational theories, the sea still holds secrets that resist our understanding. Somewhere in the Atlantic's depths, the truth about those 10 vanished souls rests in darkness, waiting for currents that may never bring it to light. The Gulf of California's hidden hydrothermal vents. When marine biologists descended into the Gulf of California's deepest trenches in 2009, they expected to catalog familiar deep-sea creatures. Instead, they discovered ecosystems so alien that some researchers initially questioned whether they were looking at Earth life at all. The hydrothermal vents scattered across this underwater landscape host organisms that rewrite the rules of survival, creatures that shouldn't exist according to everything we thought we knew about the limits of life. Dr. Maria Santos was part of that initial dive team. She still describes the moment her submersible's lights first illuminated the vent fields as stepping into another planet's ocean. Towering mineral chimneys belched superheated water, rich with chemicals that would kill most surface life instantly. Yet around these toxic geysers, life flourished in ways that defied explanation. The Gulf of California sits atop one of the most geologically active regions on Earth, where tectonic plates spread apart, seawater seeps deep into the planet's crust, gets superheated by magma, and erupts back through the seafloor carrying a cocktail of minerals and gases. These underwater geysers create oases of warmth in the perpetually cold deep ocean. But it's not the heat that makes them remarkable, it's what calls them home. Giant tube worms cluster around the vents like ghostly forests, some reaching 8 feet in length. They have no mouths, no stomachs, no way to digest food as we understand it. Instead, they host colonies of bacteria in specialized organs, bacteria that feed on hydrogen sulfide, one of the most poisonous gases known to surface dwellers. These creatures have essentially outsourced their metabolism to microscopic partners that thrive on what should be deadly. The bacterial mats that carpet the vent fields themselves present another puzzle. They form intricate patterns, spirals, and geometric shapes that seem almost intentional. Some researchers have noted that these formations respond to changes in the vent's chemical output in ways that suggest a level of coordination that single-celled organisms shouldn't possess. The mats pulse and shift like a single entity, creating what marine biologist Dr. James Crawford describes as a collective intelligence operating on principles we can't begin to fathom. But the Gulf's hydrothermal ecosystem holds deeper mysteries. In 2015, researchers discovered what they termed phantom vents, areas where complex life flourishes in apparent abundance despite no visible hydrothermal activity. The water temperatures remain cold. The chemical signatures that typically sustain vent communities are absent, yet thriving colonies of unique organisms persist. These ghost ecosystems challenge our fundamental understanding of what life requires to survive. Camera footage from these phantom sites reveals creatures that exist nowhere else on Earth. Translucent fish with organs visible through their skin hover motionless in the water column. Crab-like arthropods with elongated limbs move with an almost mechanical precision, their behavior patterns unlike any known crustacean species. Most puzzling are the structures these organisms create, geometric arrangements of shells and debris that serve no apparent biological function, yet appear throughout the phantom vent sites. The microorganisms inhabiting these depths present perhaps the greatest enigma. DNA analysis reveals genetic sequences that don't match any known life forms. Some contain genetic material that appears to be a hybrid between bacteria and more complex cellular structures, suggesting evolutionary pathways that contradict established models of how life develops. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who spent 3 years studying these microbes, admits that some samples contain proteins that function through mechanisms her team cannot explain. Water samples from the deepest Gulf vents have yielded another unsettling discovery. Isotope ratios in the dissolved minerals don't match what should be present based on the known geological processes. The chemical fingerprints suggest these materials originated from sources that shouldn't exist at these depths, or through reactions that modern chemistry can't account for. Some researchers have proposed that unknown geological processes are occurring in the Earth's mantle beneath the Gulf, processes that create conditions we've never encountered before. The Gulf's vent fields also exhibit temporal anomalies that confound researchers. Traditional hydrothermal vents cycle through predictable patterns of activity and dormancy based on geological factors. The Gulf vents follow no such patterns. Sites documented as inactive during one expedition burst with life during the next visit weeks later. Others disappear entirely, leaving behind only empty seafloor where complex ecosystems once thrived, with no geological evidence to explain their sudden absence. Communication between vent sites presents another layer of mystery. Researchers have detected low-frequency acoustic signals that travel between distant vent fields, signals that coincide with synchronized changes in organism behavior across multiple sites. These underwater transmissions occur at frequencies that natural geological processes shouldn't produce, yet they appear to coordinate biological activity across hundreds of miles of ocean floor. The implications of these discoveries extend far beyond marine biology. If life can thrive in the Gulf's extreme conditions through unknown mechanisms, what does that suggest about the possibility of life elsewhere in the universe? The organisms thriving around these vents exist in conditions more similar to the suspected oceans beneath Europa or Enceladus than to Earth's surface environments. Perhaps most unsettling is what remains hidden. The Gulf of California contains thousands of square miles of unexplored deep water. Current technology limits researchers to brief visits to a handful of sites, leaving vast regions of the vent fields unmapped and unsampled. Each expedition reveals new forms of life and previously unknown ecological relationships, suggesting that what we've discovered so far represents only the beginning of understanding what lies beneath these waters. The creatures of the Gulf's hydrothermal vents exist in a realm where the rules of life as we know them simply don't apply. They thrive on poison, create structures with no apparent purpose, and communicate through methods we can't comprehend. As research continues, each answer generates more questions, leading us deeper into mysteries that may fundamentally change our understanding of what life can become in the hidden depths of our own planet. The Phantom Island of Bermeja. For over 4 centuries, Mexican cartographers marked a specific coordinate in the Gulf of Mexico with unwavering certainty. Bermeja Island sat there on every official map, a small patch of land roughly 22 degrees north, 91 degrees west. Maritime records referenced it, treaties mentioned it, oil exploration rights were calculated around its position. Then, in the 1990s, when Mexico needed to locate this island for crucial boundary negotiations with the United States, they sent expedition after expedition to find it. The water was empty. Not just empty of land, but deep, impossibly deep for where an island should have been. The mystery of Bermeja isn't simply about a missing island. It's about the uncomfortable possibility that something we've relied upon for generations might have existed in a completely different reality than the one we inhabit today. The earliest Spanish maps from the 16th century show Bermeja as a small but distinct landmass in the southern Gulf of Mexico. The island appeared on the influential Mercator map of 1630, positioned northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula. For centuries, it held its place in maritime consciousness, referenced in navigational guides and territorial documents. The island's name, derived from the Spanish word bermejo, meaning reddish or ruby-colored, suggested distinctive geological features that would make it unmistakable to passing sailors. What makes Bermejo particularly intriguing is its consistent placement across multiple mapping traditions. Dutch, French, Spanish, and English cartographers all independently placed an island in roughly the same location. These weren't casual approximations. The coordinates remained remarkably stable across different mapping expeditions, spanning 300 years. The island appeared on official Mexican government maps as recently as the 1970s. The real urgency surrounding Bermeja emerged in the 1990s, when Mexico and the United States began serious negotiations over oil exploration rights in the Gulf of Mexico. Under international maritime law, islands extend a nation's territorial waters and exclusive economic zones far beyond their physical boundaries. If Bermeja existed where the maps indicated, it would grant Mexico access to potentially billions of dollars worth of oil reserves in disputed waters. The Mexican government funded comprehensive search operations using advanced sonar mapping and satellite imagery. Teams of marine geologists swept the designated coordinates with precision equipment capable of detecting underwater formations, coral reefs, or any geological evidence of a former landmass. They found open ocean with depths exceeding 8,000 feet, not shallow waters that might suggest recent submersion, not underwater peaks that could indicate an island worn away by erosion, just the normal abyssal plains of the Gulf floor. Dr. Julio Zamora, the marine geologist who led several Mexican expeditions to locate Bermeja, documented water depths that made the existence of a surface island at any recent point in geological history virtually impossible. The seafloor showed no evidence of collapse, no sedimentary patterns suggesting formerly exposed land, no coral formations that would indicate shallow water environments. The area appeared to have been deep ocean for thousands of years. This discovery created a peculiar problem for historical researchers. If Bermeja never existed, how did it appear on so many maps created by independent sources? Early cartographers were notoriously careful about island positions because navigational errors could mean death for sailing crews. Islands were typically verified by multiple sightings before being included in official charts. Some theories attempt rational explanations. Perhaps Bermeja was a cartographic ghost, an error that propagated from map to map as cartographers copied each other's work without independent verification. This phenomenon occurred occasionally in historical mapmaking, where isolated mistakes became accepted facts through repetition. However, the consistency of Bermeja's position across multiple mapping traditions makes this explanation less convincing than it might initially appear. Another possibility involves temporary geological formations. Volcanic activity in the Gulf of Mexico could theoretically create short-lived islands that emerge and disappear over decades or centuries. Underwater volcanic vents, sandbar formations, or even large accumulations of floating sargassum seaweed might appear island-like to distant observers. Yet geological surveys show no evidence of recent volcanic activity in Bermeja's supposed location. The most unsettling possibility is that Bermeja did exist and somehow vanished. Rising sea levels, though gradual, can submerge low-lying islands over extended periods. Geological subsidence, where sections of the Earth's crust gradually sink, has been documented in various coastal regions. However, the dramatic depth found at Bermeja's coordinates suggests that if submersion occurred, it happened on a scale far beyond normal geological processes. Contemporary satellite analysis adds another layer of mystery. Historical atmospheric data, when processed through modern computer modeling, shows no trace of land masses at Bermeja's coordinates dating back to the earliest available satellite imagery from the 1960s. If the island existed when those early maps were drawn, it had already disappeared by the time we developed the technology to systematically monitor the Earth's surface from space. The economic implications of Bermeja's absence continue to affect diplomatic relations between Mexico and the United States. When the final maritime boundary agreements were signed in 2000, Mexico lost potential access to oil reserves that would have fallen within their territorial waters had Bermeja existed. This economic reality has kept the island's disappearance in the realm of active research rather than purely academic curiosity. Recent underwater archaeological expeditions have begun systematic exploration of the Gulf floor around Bermeja's former coordinates. These surveys search not just for geological evidence of a former island, but for any human artifacts that might confirm historical visitation of the area. Spanish colonial records mention Bermeja as a potential site for establishing a naval outpost, though no evidence suggests such construction ever occurred. The surrounding waters hold their own mysteries. Deep-sea current patterns in the region show unusual variations that some researchers suggest could indicate the presence of significant underwater topological features. These variations don't match known geological formations, creating additional questions about what might lie beneath the Gulf's surface in this particular area. Modern computational analysis of historical maps has revealed subtle inconsistencies in Bermeja's depicted size and exact positioning that weren't apparent to previous researchers. While the island's general location remained constant, small variations in its portrayed dimensions and orientation suggest that different cartographers might have been working from varying source materials or observing something that changed over time. The Phantom Island of Bermeja represents more than a simple case of cartographic error. It challenges our understanding of historical documentation, geological stability, and the reliability of repeated human observation. Somewhere between the confident assertions of centuries-old maps and the empty waters of the contemporary Gulf of Mexico lies a mystery that continues to resist definitive explanation. The missing sunken city of Dwarka. In 1983, marine archaeologist Dr. S.R. Rao made an announcement that would challenge everything historians believed about ancient Indian civilization. His team had discovered massive stone structures lying 36 feet beneath the Arabian Sea, off the coast of Gujarat. The ruins appeared to match descriptions from the Mahabharata, one of India's most sacred texts, which tells of Dwarka, a golden city that vanished beneath the waves over 3,000 years ago. For most scholars, Dwarka existed only in mythology. The ancient epic describes it as Lord Krishna's magnificent capital, with elaborate palaces, broad streets, and towering walls that could withstand any siege. According to the text, when Krishna died, the ocean swallowed the city in a single day, leaving no trace above the waterline. Modern academia had long dismissed this as poetic fiction, but Rao's underwater surveys began revealing something extraordinary. The structures his team documented showed clear signs of human construction. Massive stone blocks, some weighing several tons, had been carefully arranged in what appeared to be foundation walls. The positioning wasn't random. These stones formed geometric patterns consistent with urban planning. Carbon dating of artifacts recovered from the site suggested construction had occurred around 1500 BCE, placing it firmly within the time frame described in ancient texts. Marine archaeologist Dr. Alok Tripathi, who later joined the exploration efforts, found himself grappling with evidence that didn't fit conventional timelines. The sophistication of the construction techniques suggested an advanced understanding of engineering and city planning that historians hadn't attributed to civilizations of that era in this region. The stones had been precisely cut and fitted together, using methods that required considerable skill and organization. What made the discovery even more intriguing was its location. The submerged structures lay along what would have been an ancient coastline before post-glacial sea level rise inundated the area. Geological studies indicated that this region had indeed been dry land during the proposed timeframe, making human habitation not only possible but probable. Yet questions multiplied with each dive. The artifacts recovered from the site included pottery, ornaments, and tools that bore striking similarities to objects described in Sanskrit texts. But some findings defied easy explanation. Anchor stones discovered at the site were far larger and more sophisticated than anything attributed to ancient Indian maritime technology. Their design suggested knowledge of seafaring that exceeded what historians believed possible for that period. Dr. Gower, another researcher involved in the surveys, documented walls extending over considerable distances underwater. The scale of construction implied a settlement much larger than typical ancient coastal villages. Satellite imagery revealed linear features on the seabed that suggested a planned city layout, with what appeared to be harbors, residential areas, and public spaces. The Indian government classified many findings from the site, limiting access to detailed survey reports. Official statements acknowledged the presence of structural remains, but stopped short of confirming their connection to the legendary Dwarka. This cautious approach reflected the immense implications of the discovery. If the structures truly represented Krishna's Dwarka, it would mean that one of Hinduism's most important religious narratives had a basis in historical fact. The city's supposed destruction by flooding would align with known patterns of sea level change following the last ice age, but proving this connection required evidence that remained frustratingly elusive. Subsequent expeditions have recovered additional artifacts, including coins, sculptures, and architectural elements that suggest sustained human occupation over centuries. The craftsmanship of these objects indicates a culture with advanced artistic and technical capabilities. Some artifacts display motifs and symbols that appear in later Hindu iconography, suggesting cultural continuity spanning millennia. Marine archaeologists face unique challenges working at the Dwarka site. Strong underwater currents limit diving time, while shifting sands frequently bury and reveal different sections of the ruins. The saltwater environment has corroded many artifacts, making detailed analysis difficult. Weather patterns in the Arabian Sea restrict fieldwork to specific seasons, slowing the pace of discovery. International experts who have examined the evidence remain divided. Some view the findings as proof that ancient Indian texts preserve accurate historical information about real places and events. Others argue that the structures could represent any number of ancient settlements that were submerged as sea levels rose, with their connection to Dwarka being more wishful thinking than scientific fact. The debate extends beyond archaeology into questions about the reliability of ancient texts as historical sources. For centuries, Western scholarship had dismissed Sanskrit epics as purely mythological. The Dwarka discoveries forced a reconsideration of this assumption. If one element of these texts proved historically accurate, what other seemingly fantastic accounts might contain kernels of truth? Religious significance adds another layer of complexity to the research. For millions of Hindus, Dwarka represents a sacred connection to divine history. Archaeological findings that support the existence of Krishna's city carry profound spiritual meaning. This emotional investment sometimes clashes with scientific caution, as researchers must balance religious sensitivity with scholarly rigor. Recent underwater surveys using advanced sonar mapping have revealed additional structural features extending across a wider area than initially believed. The complete extent of the submerged site remains unknown, with new sections continuing to emerge from beneath the sediment. Each discovery raises fresh questions about the size, complexity, and purpose of the original settlement. The mystery of Dwarka illustrates the challenges of underwater archaeology in regions where mythology and history intersect. Physical evidence suggests that something significant lies beneath the Arabian Sea off Gujarat's coast. Whether that something represents the legendary city of Krishna or simply an important but forgotten ancient settlement remains an open question. What seems certain is that the site holds secrets about ancient Indian civilization that conventional historical timelines may have missed. As technology improves and more extensive surveys become possible, the submerged ruins may finally reveal their true identity. For now, Dwarka remains suspended between legend and fact, its stone foundations resting quietly in the depths, waiting for the day when science can fully decode the messages they carry from humanity's distant past. The Jigokudani Valley of Hell Anomaly, 70 kilometers southeast of Nagoya, where the Philippine sea plate grinds against the Eurasian continental shelf. Something extraordinary happens in complete darkness. At depths of nearly 2,000 meters, the ocean floor erupts in violent sulfurous plumes that have earned this place a name that translates to Valley of Hell. Yet what researchers discovered here defies every conventional understanding of deep-sea chemistry and geological formation. The Jigokudani deep-sea vent field was first documented in 1989 during a routine bathymetric survey. Dr. Katsunori Fujikura, leading a team from the Japan Agency for Marine Earth Science and Technology, expected to find typical hydrothermal activity. Instead, His remotely operated vehicle transmitted images that left his entire team speechless. The seafloor wasn't just venting superheated water, it was creating structures. These weren't the familiar black smoker chimneys found at most hydrothermal sites. Jigokudani's formations spiraled upward in perfect geometric patterns, some reaching heights of 15 meters, twisting like frozen tornadoes made of sulfur and unknown minerals. The patterns were too precise, too mathematically consistent to be random geological accidents. Temperature readings from the vents registered at 347 degrees Celsius, hot enough to melt lead, but the chemical composition of what emerged defied classification. Standard hydrothermal vents typically discharge hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, and trace metals. Jigokudani's emissions contained all of these, plus 17 compounds that shouldn't exist at those temperatures and pressures. Dr. Hiroshi Kitazato from Tokyo University of Marine Science spent 3 years analyzing water samples from the site. His findings, published in Marine Chemistry in 1994, documented organic molecules that appeared to be forming spontaneously in the superheated discharge. These weren't simple amino acids or basic building blocks of life. They were complex, self-organizing structures that exhibited properties resembling primitive cellular activity. The implications troubled the scientific community. Spontaneous generation of lifelike structures in such extreme conditions challenged fundamental assumptions about how biological processes begin. More unsettling was the discovery that these organic formations weren't just random chemical reactions. They displayed coordinated behavior, moving in synchronized patterns that suggested some form of primitive communication or collective intelligence. Follow-up expeditions revealed that the geometric formations weren't static. Time-lapse photography showed the spiral structures rotating slowly, completing full revolutions every 43 hours. The rotation wasn't uniform across the vent field. Different formations moved at varying speeds, but all maintained precise mathematical relationships to each other, as if following some underlying harmonic principle. Marine biologist Dr. Yuki Morono made perhaps the most disturbing discovery during a 2003 dive. Living organisms thrived in the immediate vicinity of the vents, but they weren't typical extremophile bacteria. These creatures exhibited cellular structures unlike anything in known taxonomy. They possessed what appeared to be crystalline components integrated into their biological systems, allowing them to process the exotic minerals emerging from the vents. Genetic analysis proved impossible. The organisms contained DNA, but also carried additional nucleotide sequences that didn't correspond to any known coding systems. Dr. Morono's team found evidence of horizontal gene transfer occurring at accelerated rates, as if the creatures were rapidly adapting to utilize the unique chemical environment in ways that evolution typically requires millions of years to develop. The most puzzling aspect of Jigokudani involves the acoustic properties of the vent field. Hydrophones deployed throughout the area detected low-frequency sound emissions that appeared to originate from deep within the geological formations themselves. These weren't the typical sounds of shifting rock or escaping gases. The recordings revealed complex patterns of tonal variations that exhibited characteristics resembling structured communication. Dr. Akiko Yamamoto, a marine acoustic specialist, spent 7 years analyzing these underwater soundscapes. Her conclusions, published in Deep Sea Research in 2011, documented rhythmic patterns that corresponded to mathematical sequences found in advanced physics. The sound emissions weren't random. They followed principles of harmonic resonance that suggested the entire vent system might be functioning as a massive, naturally occurring communication array. Recent surveys using advanced deep-sea imaging technology have revealed that Jigokudani's influence extends far beyond the immediate vent field. The seafloor surrounding the area shows mineral deposits arranged in concentric circles extending outward for nearly 50 kilometers. These deposits don't match the typical dispersion patterns of hydrothermal materials. Instead, they form precise geometric arrangements that suggest some organizing force is directing their placement. Ground-penetrating sonar has detected hollow chambers beneath the vent field, some extending hundreds of meters into the oceanic crust. These cavities appear to be naturally formed, but their internal structure defies geological explanation. They're arranged in interconnected networks that bear striking resemblance to neural pathways in complex organisms. The Japanese government restricts access to Jigokudani, officially citing environmental protection concerns. However, researchers who have worked in the area report unusual equipment malfunctions and communication disruptions that become more frequent with proximity to the main vent clusters. Navigation systems experience unexplained interference, and electronic instruments often record data that doesn't correspond to observable conditions. Dr. Fujikura, now in his 70s, continues monitoring the site through remote sensors. His recent findings suggest the vent activity has been intensifying over the past decade. The geometric formations are growing larger and more complex, while the chemical emissions have begun including new compounds that don't appear in any terrestrial databases. What emerges from Jigokudani challenges our understanding of the boundary between geological processes and biological systems. The site suggests that under extreme conditions, the distinction between living and non-living matter might be far more fluid than conventional science acknowledges. Whether these phenomena represent unknown geological processes, primitive forms of life, or something else entirely remains an open question that continues to haunt researchers who have witnessed what lies hidden in Japan's Valley of Hell. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well, but perhaps nowhere more mysteriously than in these sulfurous depths where chemistry, biology, and physics converge in ways that suggest our planet still harbors processes we're only beginning to glimpse. The enigma of the USS Cyclops. When the radio signals died on March 4, 1918, they took with them 306 souls and one of the most enduring mysteries the ocean has ever concealed. The USS Cyclops, a massive naval cargo vessel stretching 542 feet through the Atlantic waters, simply ceased to exist somewhere between Barbados and Baltimore. No distress call, no debris field, no explanation that has satisfied investigators for over a century. The disappearance defied every protocol the Navy understood. Ships of this magnitude don't vanish cleanly from the historical record. They leave traces, oil slicks, floating wreckage, desperate final transmissions. The Cyclops left nothing but questions that grow more complex with each passing decade. Captain George Worley had commanded the vessel through its final voyage, carrying 11,000 tons of manganese ore from the mines of Brazil. The cargo manifest showed routine industrial materials destined for the war effort. Yet something about this particular journey felt different to the crew members who later spoke of an unusual tension aboard the ship during their last port call in Barbados. Naval records from that march reveal a troubling pattern of communication. The Cyclops maintained regular contact with shore stations until March 4th, when the transmissions simply stopped. Not gradually, not with increasing desperation, but abruptly, as if the ship had sailed beyond the edge of the world itself. Lieutenant Commander Worley was no stranger to the Atlantic shipping routes. His service record showed years of successful voyages through these same waters, managing cargo loads that pushed the boundaries of what these converted merchant vessels could handle. The manganese ore represented a particularly dense payload, shifting the ship's center of gravity in ways that demanded precise navigation and weight distribution. Witness accounts from Barbados described the Cyclops as riding unusually low in the water during its final departure. Dock workers noted the strain on the hull as the vessel pulled away from port, though such observations were common enough with heavily laden cargo ships. What struck them as unusual was the captain's demeanor. Typically confident and communicative, Worley seemed distracted, even troubled, during the loading process. The search operations that followed revealed the vastness of oceanic mystery. Naval vessels crisscrossed thousands of square miles of Atlantic waters, finding nothing that could be definitively linked to the missing ship. The absence of debris became more haunting than any wreckage could have been. Ships don't dissolve into nothingness, yet the Cyclops seemed to have done exactly that. Weather records from early March 1918 show relatively calm conditions along the presumed route. No major storms, no unusual atmospheric disturbances that might explain a catastrophic sinking. The Gulf Stream patterns were well within normal parameters, eliminating the possibility of unexpected currents pulling the vessel off course into uncharted dangers. What emerges from the naval archives is a picture of systematic failure in communication that began before the ship's final departure. Radio equipment aboard the Cyclops had been experiencing intermittent problems, though nothing severe enough to ground the vessel or delay the crucial wartime cargo delivery. The last confirmed message, transmitted at 1600 hours on March 4th, contained routine position coordinates placing the ship roughly 400 miles northeast of Barbados. The crew manifest tells its own story of human complexity. Among the 306 men aboard were experienced sailors alongside newer recruits, creating a dynamic that some maritime historians suggest may have contributed to operational difficulties. Several crew members had expressed concerns about the ship's stability under such a massive ore load, though these worries were noted but not considered grounds for mission cancellation. Captain Worley's background adds another layer to the mystery. Born in Germany, he had become a naturalized American citizen, but wartime paranoia made his heritage a subject of quiet scrutiny among naval intelligence officers. Post-disappearance investigations found no evidence of sabotage or treasonous activity, yet the questions lingered, adding psychological complexity to an already bewildering case. The manganese ore itself presents technical puzzles that naval engineers continue to analyze. This particular type of mineral cargo could shift dramatically during rough seas, potentially destabilizing even a well-designed vessel. Laboratory studies conducted decades after the disappearance revealed that Brazilian manganese ore from that era contained higher moisture content than typically expected, creating additional weight and potential for dangerous cargo movement. Modern deep-sea exploration technology has reopened the search in recent decades. Advanced sonar mapping and underwater imaging systems have identified numerous wrecks scattered across the presumed route, yet none match the distinctive profile of the USS Cyclops. Each discovery raises hopes, then deepens the mystery when careful analysis eliminates another possibility. The sister ships of the Cyclops provide haunting parallels that complicate rather than clarify the picture. The USS Proteus and USS Nereus, vessels of nearly identical design and purpose, also vanished without trace in subsequent years. Both disappeared while carrying similar cargo loads through overlapping Atlantic routes. The pattern suggests either a fundamental design flaw that naval engineers have never identified, or environmental factors that remain poorly understood. Ocean current studies conducted throughout the 20th century have mapped previously unknown underwater phenomena that could theoretically affect large vessels. Methane hydrate deposits along certain seafloor formations can create sudden releases of gas that reduce water density, potentially causing rapid sinking. However, geological surveys of the Cyclops route have found no evidence of such formations in the relevant areas. The human stories surrounding the disappearance continue to surface through family archives and personal collections. Letters written by crew members during their final port call in Barbados describe routine concerns about weather and cargo, but also mention an indefinable sense of unease that several men attributed to wartime stress. These personal documents provide glimpses into the psychological state of men who were about to vanish from history. Radio technology limitations in 1918 mean that the exact moment of the Cyclops' fate remains locked in a 4-hour window when no communications were scheduled or expected. Modern analysis suggests that whatever happened occurred quickly enough to prevent any distress transmission, yet gradually enough to avoid leaving the scattered debris field that typically follows explosive catastrophic failure. The USS Cyclops rests somewhere in 3 miles of dark Atlantic water, carrying its secrets deeper than any investigation has yet reached. Each advance in marine archaeology brings new possibilities for discovery, yet also reveals how vast and concealing the ocean depths truly are. The underwater Stonehenge of Lake Michigan. In 2007, underwater archaeologist Mark Hawley was conducting a routine sonar survey of Lake Michigan's depths when his equipment detected something that shouldn't exist. 40 feet beneath the surface, arranged in what appeared to be a deliberate pattern, lay a collection of massive stones. But these weren't random glacial deposits scattered by ancient ice flows. They formed lines, circles, and configurations that bore an unmistakable resemblance to one of humanity's most enigmatic monuments, Stonehenge. The discovery happened almost by accident. Hawley and his colleague Brian Abbott were using advanced sonar technology to map the lake bottom for shipwrecks when they encountered the formation near Traverse City. What they saw on their screens defied immediate explanation. Large stones, some weighing several tons, arranged in what looked like intentional geometric patterns across the lake floor. When dive teams finally reached the site, they found something even more extraordinary. One of the stones appeared to bear carvings, the unmistakable outline of a mastodon, complete with trunk and tusks. If authentic, this single carving could rewrite the timeline of human presence in North America. The implications ripple outward like waves across still water. Mastodons vanished from this region roughly 10,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age. For a human hand to have carved that image into stone, people would have had to be living here, creating sophisticated monuments, thousands of years before conventional archaeology suggests such complex societies existed in the Great Lakes region. The stones themselves tell a story of incredible effort and planning. The largest weighs nearly 2 tons. Moving them into precise formations would have required organized labor, engineering knowledge, and most importantly, a compelling reason to undertake such monumental work. These weren't randomly placed markers or simple tools. The arrangement suggests purpose, perhaps astronomical significance, similar to stone circles found across Europe and other parts of the world. But here's where the mystery deepens. When these stones were supposedly arranged by ancient peoples, Lake Michigan didn't exist in its current form. The water level was dramatically lower, possibly by hundreds of feet. The site where Hawley found his underwater monument would have been dry land, a highland area overlooking what was then a much smaller body of water. This means we're looking at a construction that predates not just recorded history in the region, but the very landscape as we know it today. As glacial ice retreated and meltwater filled the Great Lakes basin, this ancient site was slowly submerged, preserved in the cold, dark waters, until sonar technology finally revealed its existence. The academic response has been cautiously skeptical. Underwater archaeology in the Great Lakes is notoriously difficult. The cold water preserves organic materials remarkably well, but it also makes detailed excavation challenging. Visibility is often limited, and the delicate work of documenting and analyzing stone carvings becomes exponentially more complex when conducted 40 feet underwater. Some researchers argue that what Hawley discovered could be natural rock formations, shaped by glacial action and current patterns into arrangements that only appear intentional. The mastodon carving, they suggest, might be pareidolia, the human tendency to see meaningful patterns in random shapes, like faces in clouds or figures in marble. Yet Hawley remains convinced of what he found. He spent decades studying underwater archaeology, documenting genuine shipwrecks and distinguishing between human artifacts and natural phenomena. The precision of the stone arrangements, the deliberate nature of their positioning, and most compelling of all, the detailed carving of an extinct animal, suggest human involvement. The mastodon carving itself presents the strongest evidence for authenticity. Natural processes don't typically create such specific, recognizable imagery. The lines are clean, purposeful, depicting anatomical details that would have been visible only to people who lived alongside these massive creatures. It's the kind of artwork that emerges from direct observation, not imagination. If we accept this evidence, we must also accept its implications. Advanced human societies were creating monumental architecture in North America, potentially thousands of years earlier than previously thought. They possessed the organizational skills to move massive stones, the astronomical knowledge to arrange them meaningfully, and the artistic sophistication to create detailed animal carvings. This underwater Stonehenge challenges our understanding of indigenous North American cultures and their capabilities. It suggests that the peoples who lived here during the last ice age were not simply nomadic hunter-gatherers, but organized societies capable of undertaking massive construction projects that required sustained effort across generations. The site raises questions about what else might be hidden beneath the Great Lakes. These vast bodies of water have existed in various forms for thousands of years, rising and falling with glacial cycles. If one monumental site survived submersion, how many others remain undiscovered on the lake floors? Modern technology is slowly revealing the secrets held in these underwater landscapes. High-resolution sonar, advanced diving equipment, and underwater robotics are making it possible to explore areas that were previously inaccessible. Each survey brings the possibility of new discoveries that could fundamentally alter our understanding of North American prehistory. The Lake Michigan stones remain largely unstudied, their secrets locked beneath decades of sediment and the practical challenges of underwater excavation. Funding for such specialized archaeology is limited, and the harsh conditions of Great Lakes diving make detailed study a slow process. What we're left with is a tantalizing glimpse of something extraordinary: stones arranged with purpose, carvings that speak of extinct worlds, and the suggestion that our ancestors were creating monuments of lasting significance far earlier than we dared imagine. 40 feet beneath the surface of Lake Michigan, an ancient mystery waits patiently for the technology and resources needed to reveal its full story. The water keeps its secrets well, but time and persistent curiosity have a way of bringing hidden truths to light. The haunting of the Orang Medan. The radio operator's hand trembled as he transcribed the most disturbing SOS he'd ever received. February 1947, somewhere in the straits between Sumatra and Malaysia, the Dutch freighter Orang Medan was broadcasting a message that would haunt maritime investigators for decades. All officers, including captain, are dead, lying in chart room and bridge, possibly whole crew dead. Then, after a brief pause that seemed to stretch across the static-filled airwaves, came the final transmission. "I die." Silence followed, as absolute as the ocean depths themselves. 2 American vessels intercepted these distress calls, along with British listening posts scattered across the region. The Silver Star, a merchant ship traveling nearby, immediately altered course to assist. What they discovered when they reached the Orang Medan's coordinates defied every principle of maritime experience they possessed. The Dutch freighter sat motionless on calm seas, her engines silent but her hull intact. No signs of collision, no evidence of fire or explosion, no distress signals flying from her masts. She appeared perfectly seaworthy, yet something about her stillness felt profoundly wrong. The Silver Star's crew called out across the water. No response came from the Orang Medan's decks. A rescue party boarded the ghost ship, and what they found there would challenge rational explanation. The radio operator's final words proved horrifyingly accurate. Bodies lay scattered throughout the vessel, from the bridge to the engine room. Officers slumped over their stations. Crew members sprawled in corridors and compartments. Even the ship's dog lay motionless in a corner, its body rigid with the same mysterious fate that had claimed every human soul aboard. The positioning of the corpses troubled the boarding party most deeply. These weren't men who had collapsed from illness or succumbed to some gradual poisoning. Their faces bore expressions of absolute terror, eyes wide and staring at something the living could no longer see. Mouths gaped open as if caught mid-scream, arms reached upward toward the sky, frozen in what appeared to be desperate gestures of defense or supplication. The Silver Star's captain ordered his men to search for evidence of what could have killed an entire crew so suddenly and completely. They found no signs of violence between the men themselves. No bullet wounds, no knife marks, no evidence of mutiny or fighting. The cargo holds revealed nothing obviously dangerous, though some reports later claimed the manifest listed unspecified chemicals alongside more mundane freight. Whatever had killed these sailors had done so swiftly, simultaneously, and with enough terror to freeze their final moments into masks of pure horror. As the boarding party prepared to tow the Orang Medan to port for a proper investigation, smoke began rising from the ship's lower decks. Within minutes, what started as wisps became a roaring inferno that engulfed the entire vessel. The Silver Star's crew barely had time to cut their tow lines and retreat to a safe distance before the Orang Medan exploded with such violence that debris rained down across a quarter-mile radius. The Dutch freighter sank quickly, taking with her any physical evidence of what had transpired in those final hours. The ocean swallowed the Orang Medan whole, along with the bodies of her crew and whatever cargo she had been carrying through those tropical waters. Only the testimonies of the Silver Star's boarding party remained, and their accounts raised more questions than they answered. Maritime authorities launched investigations immediately. The Dutch shipping registry had no record of a vessel named Orang Medan. Lloyd's of London, which insured most merchant ships of the era, found no policies issued for a freighter bearing that name. The International Maritime Organization discovered no registration documents, no crew manifests, no sailing orders that would explain the ship's presence in those waters. This absence of official records spawned theories that would persist for generations. Some investigators suggested the Orang Medan had been carrying experimental weapons or chemical agents for military testing, operating under false documentation to maintain secrecy. The timing seemed significant, occurring just 2 years after the atomic bombings of Japan, when nations worldwide were rushing to develop new forms of warfare. Others proposed that the ship had been transporting nerve gas or other chemical weapons left over from World War II, substances that might have leaked and killed the crew with terrifying efficiency. This theory gained credibility when experts noted that certain military-grade toxins could indeed cause the type of rapid death and facial expressions described by witnesses. Yet another explanation focused on naturally occurring phenomena. Hydrogen sulfide gas can accumulate in certain oceanic regions, particularly where underwater volcanic activity disturbs the seabed. A massive release of such gas could theoretically kill every living thing aboard a ship within minutes, leaving them with the frozen expressions of agony that the boarding party reported. The most unsettling aspect of the Orang Medan mystery lies not in what happened, but in what didn't happen afterward. No insurance claims were filed. No families came forward seeking information about missing relatives. No shipping company reported a lost vessel. The Orang Medan vanished from official existence as completely as if she had never sailed at all. Decades later, researchers discovered fragments of documentation suggesting that a ship bearing a similar name had indeed been registered in the Dutch East Indies, though sailing under a slightly different designation. These records showed a vessel engaged in transporting unknown cargo between Indonesian ports and destinations throughout Southeast Asia, always under conditions of unusual secrecy. The witnesses from the Silver Star never wavered in their accounts of what they saw that day. Their descriptions remained consistent across multiple interviews spanning several years. They spoke of the unnatural stillness aboard the death ship, the way even the tropical breeze seemed to avoid her decks. They remembered the absolute silence that preceded the inexplicable fire, as if the ocean itself held its breath before claiming the Orang Medan forever. Today, somewhere beneath the warm waters between Sumatra and Malaysia, the remains of the Orang Medan rest in oceanic darkness. Her secrets lie buried under tons of seawater and decades of accumulated sediment, as unreachable now as they were terrifying then. The ship's final message continues echoing across the years, a reminder that some mysteries resist every attempt at rational explanation, leaving us to wonder what forces can steal away an entire crew's lives in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The mysterious upside-down coral reefs. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez descended through the crystalline waters off the coast of Australia in 2019, expecting to document routine coral formations at 300 feet below the surface. Her underwater camera captured something that shouldn't exist, according to everything we know about coral biology. Beneath her, stretching across the seafloor like an alien landscape, sprawled a thriving coral reef growing in complete defiance of natural law. The polyps faced downward. The calcium carbonate structures pointed toward the ocean floor. Every branch, every formation, every living organism was oriented as if gravity itself had been reversed. Coral reefs require sunlight to survive. The symbiotic algae living within their tissues, called zooxanthellae, perform photosynthesis that feeds the entire ecosystem. Yet here, hundreds of feet below where meaningful sunlight penetrates, these corals not only survived but flourished while growing in the opposite direction from their surface counterparts. Dr. Vasquez's discovery wasn't isolated. Similar formations have been documented in the deep waters off Japan, in the Mediterranean's abyssal plains, and in select locations throughout the Indo-Pacific. Each discovery raises the same fundamental question: how do these ecosystems exist when they violate every principle we've established about coral reef biology? The conventional explanation attempts to rationalize these anomalies through underwater topography. Some researchers propose that unique geological formations create updrafts of nutrient-rich water, somehow supporting these inverted communities. But this theory crumbles under closer examination. The updrafts would need to carry sufficient light-producing organisms or chemicals to fuel photosynthesis, yet water samples from these areas show no unusual concentrations of bioluminescent life. Dr. James Morrison from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution spent 18 months studying the largest known upside-down reef system in the Coral Triangle. His team's findings, published in Marine Biology Quarterly, documented water temperatures, current patterns, and nutrient levels that matched surrounding areas where no coral growth occurs at all. The inverted reefs existed in identical environmental conditions to the barren seafloor just meters away. What Morrison discovered challenged marine biology textbooks. The inverted corals showed no signs of the zooxanthellae algae essential for traditional coral survival. Instead, tissue samples revealed an entirely different symbiotic relationship with microorganisms never before documented in coral systems. These bacteria appeared to derive energy from chemical processes rather than photosynthesis, suggesting these reefs operate on chemosynthesis, like deep-sea hydrothermal vent communities. Yet even this explanation falls short. Chemosynthetic ecosystems require specific chemical inputs, typically hydrogen sulfide or methane seeping from the ocean floor. Geological surveys of upside-down reef locations reveal no such chemical sources. The seafloor beneath these formations shows standard sediment composition with no unusual mineral deposits or gas emissions. The mystery deepens when examining the reef structures themselves. Traditional coral formations build upward and outward, creating complex three-dimensional frameworks that provide shelter for countless marine species. The inverted reefs display equally complex architecture, but their branching patterns follow entirely different geometric principles. Instead of reaching toward light, they extend along precise horizontal planes with vertical columns dropping toward the seafloor at mathematically consistent intervals. Marine geologist Dr. Sarah Chen documented these structural patterns using advanced sonar mapping. Her data revealed that the inverted formations follow architectural rules that don't exist in nature. The spacing between coral branches adheres to ratios found in crystalline structures rather than organic growth patterns. Each reef section maintains identical proportions to adjacent sections, creating a uniformity that biological systems rarely achieve. The fish populations inhabiting these upside-down reefs display behavioral anomalies that compound the mystery. Species that typically inhabit surface coral reefs appear in these deep water formations, somehow surviving at depths where water pressure should crush shallow water fish. Marine biologist Dr. Rafael Santos captured several specimens of tropical reef fish living 300 feet below their known habitat range. Laboratory analysis revealed that these deep-dwelling fish had developed enlarged swim bladders and modified gill structures, adaptations that should require evolutionary timescales to develop. Yet genetic testing showed these fish were genetically identical to their shallow water relatives. The modifications appeared to be environmental responses occurring within individual lifespans, rather than evolutionary adaptations. Perhaps most unsettling, these fish exhibited navigational behaviors, suggesting they perceive their inverted world as normal orientation. Video footage shows them swimming and feeding as if the seafloor represented the ocean surface. They seek shelter in downward-pointing coral branches and display territorial behaviors around formations extending toward the abyss. Local fishing communities in areas where upside-down reefs have been discovered share stories passed down through generations about ghost reefs that appear and disappear in deep waters. Polynesian navigators describe ancient legends of coral cities that grow toward the underworld rather than the sky. While folklore rarely provides scientific evidence, the consistency of these cultural memories across disconnected ocean regions suggests these formations may have influenced human maritime culture for centuries. Recent satellite imagery analysis has identified potential upside-down reef signatures in previously unexplored ocean areas. The infrared signatures that typically indicate healthy coral ecosystems appear in deep-water locations where coral growth should be impossible. If these satellite readings prove accurate, upside-down reefs may be far more widespread than current research suggests. The implications extend beyond marine biology into fundamental questions about life's adaptability. These ecosystems demonstrate that complex biological communities can thrive in conditions we consider impossible. They suggest that our understanding of the requirements for coral reef formation may be fundamentally incomplete. Each new discovery of inverted coral formations forces us to reconsider the boundaries of what life can achieve in Earth's oceans. These mysterious ecosystems continue growing in the darkness, following rules we don't understand, supporting life in ways that challenge everything we thought we knew about the deep sea. They remain there now, thousands of feet below the surface, thriving in their upside-down world, keeping their secrets hidden in the eternal darkness of the depths. The Antarctic Sea's secret lake. Radar penetrating the Antarctic ice sheet revealed something extraordinary in 1996, a body of water larger than Lake Erie, sealed beneath 2 miles of ice for potentially millions of years. Lake Vostok, named after the Russian research station above it, exists in complete darkness, under crushing pressure, isolated from our world since before humanity walked the Earth. Scientists studying ice cores from directly above the lake discovered something that changed everything. Microscopic organisms, perfectly preserved in the frozen ceiling of this hidden world, contained DNA unlike anything in existing databases. These weren't just ancient bacteria. They were life forms that had evolved in total isolation, adapting to conditions so extreme they mirror what we might find on Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's Enceladus. Dr. Sergei Bulat, from the Petersburg Nuclear Physics Institute, examined water samples that took 20 years to extract safely. His findings defied conventional biology. The organisms thriving in Lake Vostok's depths survive in water that should be impossible to exist in liquid form. The pressure down there exceeds 350 times what we experience at sea level, yet somehow this massive lake maintains temperatures just above freezing. Temperature readings from the drilling site revealed an anomaly that Russian glaciologists still can't explain. While the surrounding ice measures -89 degrees Celsius, the lake's water hovers around -3 degrees. Something generates enough heat to maintain this liquid state. Geothermal activity provides one theory, but heat signatures detected by satellite don't match typical volcanic patterns. The lake's chemistry tells an even stranger story. Oxygen levels measure 50 times higher than normal freshwater lakes. This super-oxygenated environment creates conditions unknown anywhere else on Earth's surface. Marine biologist Dr. Robin Bell discovered that organisms living in these waters have developed cellular structures that process oxygen in ways that revolutionize our understanding of metabolic possibilities. Ice samples dating back 420,000 years contained genetic material from organisms that share characteristics with both bacteria and archaea, yet belong to neither category. They represent what researchers quietly term a third domain of life. These microorganisms demonstrate capabilities that challenge fundamental biological principles. They appear to derive energy from sources other than sunlight or organic matter. Russian drilling teams reported equipment malfunctions that delayed the project for over a decade. Drill bits designed to penetrate the hardest ice on Earth suddenly stopped functioning properly when they approached the lake's surface. Metal components showed unusual crystallization patterns, as if exposed to electromagnetic fields of unprecedented strength. Several team members described compass readings that shifted unpredictably when working directly above certain sections of the lake. Satellite imagery from the European Space Agency detected geometric patterns in the ice directly above Lake Vostok. These formations appear too regular to result from natural glacial movement. The patterns consist of perfectly aligned ridges extending for kilometers in directions that don't correspond to ice flow patterns observed elsewhere in Antarctica. Glaciologist Drs. Mark Skidmore spent 3 seasons attempting to explain these formations through conventional ice dynamics. He concluded that something beneath the ice influences surface topology. The lake's water circulation system operates independently of any known hydrological model. Sonar readings suggest currents flowing in complex patterns that maintain the lake's chemical composition across its entire 160-mile length. This circulation requires energy input from an unidentified source. The thermal dynamics alone should cause the lake to freeze solid within decades, yet geological evidence indicates it has remained liquid for potentially millions of years. Recent analysis of the lake's sediment layers revealed traces of metals in concentrations that shouldn't exist in natural freshwater systems. The metallic signatures include elements typically associated with deep-sea hydrothermal vents, yet no volcanic activity has been detected in the region. These metals appear to be distributed evenly throughout the lake's water column, suggesting active circulation processes that maintain chemical uniformity. DNA sequencing of the most recently extracted organisms produced results that Russian scientists initially refused to publish. The genetic sequences contained information patterns that resembled coding structures, almost like biological programming languages. Dr. Eski Willerslev, who specializes in ancient DNA, described the findings as genetic architectures that appear designed rather than evolved. The implications extend far beyond marine biology. If life can thrive in Lake Vostok's extreme conditions, similar organisms could exist in the subsurface oceans of Europa, Enceladus, or other celestial bodies. NASA's Europa mission specifically references Lake Vostok research as the foundation for their life detection protocols. The extremophiles discovered in Antarctic waters provide the closest Earth analog to potential extraterrestrial life. Attempts to explore the lake directly have been suspended indefinitely. Environmental concerns officially explain the halt, but internal communications between research teams reveal more complex considerations. Several scientists involved in the project have expressed concerns about contaminating the lake's pristine ecosystem or potentially releasing organisms adapted to extreme conditions into our surface environment. The few researchers granted access to complete Lake Vostok data describe discoveries that extend beyond biology into physics. The lake's electromagnetic properties suggest interactions between water, ice, and possibly magnetic fields emanating from beneath the Antarctic landmass. These interactions create conditions that effectively preserve biological specimens in states of suspended animation for geological timescales. Lake Vostok represents just one of over 400 subglacial lakes detected beneath Antarctica's ice sheet. Each lake system might harbor unique evolutionary branches that diverged millions of years ago. The Antarctic Treaty System now restricts access to these hidden worlds, ostensibly to protect pristine environments. Yet the lake continues its ancient circulation, maintaining temperatures that defy physics and harboring life forms that challenge biology. The ice above grows thicker each year, sealing these secrets deeper beneath the frozen continent. Whatever revelations Lake Vostok holds about life's possibilities remain locked in darkness, 2 miles below our world, waiting in waters that have flowed unseen since before the first human looked up at the stars and wondered if we were alone. The submarine ghost of the Kursk. When Russian naval officials finally acknowledged what had happened on August 12, 2000, they left more questions than answers. The nuclear submarine Kursk, pride of the Northern Fleet, lay in 354 feet of frigid Barents Sea water, with all 118 souls aboard lost forever. What should have been a routine military exercise became one of the most haunting maritime disasters in modern history, and the mysteries surrounding those final moments continue to surface decades later. The official investigation pointed to a torpedo malfunction, a catastrophic explosion in the forward compartment, they said. Case closed. Yet scattered throughout the years that followed, reports began emerging from other vessels, from salvage divers, from the families who never quite believed the complete story they were told. Tales that suggested the Kurska's presence in those dark waters might not have entirely ended. Lieutenant Captain Dmitry Kolesnikov's final note, discovered in the wreckage, painted a picture of men fighting for survival in crushing darkness. 23 sailors had survived the initial blast and retreated to the stern compartment. For hours they waited. The note, written in pencil on torn paper, documented their desperate hope for rescue that would never come. But what it didn't capture were the sounds other submarines reportedly heard in the days following the disaster. 3 separate vessels conducting search operations logged acoustic anomalies in their official reports. Rhythmic metallic tapping, following no known naval code, emanating from the direction of the wreck site. The Russian Navy dismissed these as natural settling sounds from the damaged hull, yet the patterns continued for weeks after any structural movement should have ceased. More unsettling still, the timing of these sounds corresponded exactly with the shift changes the Kursk's crew would have followed if they were still maintaining their posts. Norwegian oceanographer Dr. Astrid Helgesen was part of the international team that monitored the salvage operation in 2001. Her hydrophone recordings captured something that still troubles her. During the night of October 8th, as crews worked to raise the submarine's sections, her equipment detected what she described as coordinated metallic percussion coming from multiple points around the wreck site. The sounds lasted for exactly 3 hours and 17 minutes, the precise duration of a standard watch aboard Russian nuclear submarines. The families of the crew began reporting their own encounters shortly after the memorial services concluded. Elena Kolesnikova, widow of the submarine's senior warrant officer, described awakening to the sound of her husband's sea boots in their hallway, the distinctive heavy treads he wore aboard ship. When she investigated, she found seawater pooling on the floor despite their apartment being on the 4th story, kilometers from the nearest coastline. Similar accounts emerged from dozens of other families. Water where none should exist, the scent of diesel fuel and metal oil in landlocked homes, voices calling from rooms that stood empty. Maritime psychologist Dr. James Whitmore studied these phenomena as part of his research into what he terms unresolved maritime trauma. His analysis of the Kursk incident revealed patterns that extend far beyond conventional grief responses. The reported manifestations followed the same duty rotations the submarine crew had maintained. They occurred during the time periods when specific crew members would have been on watch. Most remarkably, they began to diminish exactly 180 days after the sinking, the length of the Kursk's planned deployment. But it was the testimony of deep-sea salvage diver Mikhail Trutnev that added the most chilling dimension to the Kursk's legacy. Trutnev spent 43 days working on the wreck site, cutting through twisted metal to recover the bodies of the crew. During his final dive, as he worked alone in the submarine's flooded navigation compartment, he reported seeing movement in his peripheral vision. When he turned toward the motion, his helmet camera captured what appeared to be a figure in Russian naval uniform standing at the navigation station, hands positioned as if still plotting a course through dark waters. The Russian Navy classified Trutnev's footage immediately, but not before several copies found their way to independent researchers. Frame-by-frame analysis revealed details that shouldn't have been possible. The figure wore insignia matching those of the Kursk's senior navigator, Lieutenant Commander Pavel Kurdin. More disturbing still, the uniform appeared dry despite being in a completely flooded compartment 350 feet beneath the surface. Trutnev himself never spoke publicly about what he witnessed, but his dive logs, obtained through unofficial channels, documented a steady drop in water temperature around the navigation station during his encounter. His instruments recorded a 15-degree decrease in the immediate vicinity, while the surrounding water remained constant. When he attempted to approach the figure, his communication system began receiving underwater acoustic signals in what sonar experts later identified as compressed Russian naval code. The messages, when decoded, consisted of navigation updates and position reports that placed the Kursk not at the bottom of the Barents Sea, but continuing along its original patrol route. The coordinates followed a precise path that would have taken the submarine through Arctic waters toward the North Atlantic, following mission parameters that matched the Kursk's classified deployment orders. 24 years have passed since the Kursk settled into its final resting place on the ocean floor. The official inquiries have concluded, the diplomatic tensions have eased, and most of the physical evidence has been removed or classified. Yet reports continue to emerge from vessels transiting those waters. Sonar contacts showing submarine signatures where no vessels should exist. Radio intercepts carrying routine operational chatter in Russian, broadcasting on frequencies the Northern Fleet abandoned decades ago. The families have largely stopped discussing their experiences publicly, but the encounters haven't ceased. They've simply become part of a deeper silence, joining the vast catalog of maritime mysteries that the sea refuses to surrender. Perhaps that's fitting for 118 men who spent their lives navigating the boundaries between the known and unknown waters of our world. In those frigid depths where the Kursk came to rest, time might follow different rules than those we understand on the surface. The ocean has always been a keeper of secrets, and some secrets, it seems, refuse to stay buried beneath the waves. The Great Blue Hole's secret tunnels, 390 feet from surface to bottom, yet that measurement tells us almost nothing about what the Great Blue Hole actually contains. When marine biologist Fabien Cousteau descended into this circular abyss off the coast of Belize in 2018, his team expected to map a simple sinkhole. Instead, their sonar readings revealed something that shouldn't exist in a formation this young: horizontal passages, branching outward from the main shaft at depths where the limestone walls should be solid and impenetrable. The Great Blue Hole formed roughly 15,000 years ago, when rising sea levels flooded what had been a massive cave system. Most sinkholes of this type collapse inward, creating clean vertical drops, but the sonar images showed networks of tunnels extending horizontally into the bedrock, some stretching beyond the range of their equipment. Dr. Patricia Beddoes, a cave diving researcher from Northwestern University, has spent 8 years studying underwater cave systems throughout the Yucatan Peninsula. When she examined the preliminary data from Cousteau's expedition, her reaction was immediate and troubling. The tunnel configurations didn't match any known geological processes for this region. We're looking at passages that appear to connect with systems that should be completely separate, Beddoes noted in her preliminary report. The water chemistry changes as you move through different sections suggest these aren't recent formations. The first confirmed tunnel was discovered at 210 feet down, where the circular walls suddenly opened into a horizontal passage wide enough for 3 divers to swim side by side. The passage extended northeast for over 400 feet before splitting into 2 separate channels. One channel curved back toward what divers assumed was the direction of the mainland. The other disappeared into complete darkness beyond their lighting range, but it was the second tunnel system that raised questions no one wanted to answer. At 270 feet down, technical divers found an opening partially concealed behind a formation of stalactites. The opening led to a chamber large enough to house a small aircraft. Inside this chamber, they discovered something that contradicted every timeline for human presence in this region. Tool marks, carved into the limestone walls in patterns that suggested systematic excavation. The marks were photographed and analyzed by Dr. James Brady, an anthropologist specializing in Maya cave archaeology. His assessment was careful and measured, but his conclusions were unsettling. The tool marks showed characteristics consistent with pre-Columbian techniques, but they were located in areas that would have been completely underwater for at least 3,000 years. Either these marks were made by people who could work underwater using stone tools, Brady wrote in his analysis, or they were made when these chambers were accessible by other means. The diving team pushed deeper into the tunnel system. At 300 feet, they encountered their first major obstacle. The passage narrowed dramatically, creating what cave divers call a restriction. Beyond the restriction, their lights illuminated something that stopped the expedition entirely. Metal, corroded and covered in marine growth, but definitely metal, embedded in the limestone wall as if it had been there when the rock formed. The metal fragments were carefully extracted and sent to 3 separate laboratories for analysis. The results were consistent and inexplicable. The metallurgy matched no known alloy from any historical period. The corrosion patterns suggested the metal had been underwater for centuries, possibly longer. Dr. Robert Ballard, whose team discovered the Titanic, was brought in to consult on the tunnel exploration. His deep-sea expertise was considered essential for navigating the more challenging passages safely. But even Ballard, who has spent decades uncovering maritime mysteries, admitted the Great Blue Hole presented unique challenges. "We're dealing with a 3-dimensional maze," he explained during a briefing with the research team. "The passages don't follow any predictable pattern. Some lead to dead ends, others open into chambers we haven't fully mapped, and some seem to descend much deeper than our original measurements suggested." The 4th major tunnel, discovered at 320 feet, became the focus of intensive study. Unlike the other passages, this one showed clear evidence of modification. The walls had been smoothed in places where natural water flow couldn't have created such surfaces. More disturbing, the smooth areas contained what appeared to be symbols, not random scratches or natural formations. Deliberate symbols carved with precision into solid limestone. Dr. Sonia Pinto-Lona, an expert in ancient American writing systems, was brought in to examine high-resolution photographs of the symbols. Her preliminary assessment was that the markings showed influences from multiple cultural traditions, but combined in ways that didn't match any known historical contact between those cultures. "We're seeing elements that resemble early Maya glyphs, but alongside symbols that appear more consistent with much earlier traditions," Pinto-Lona noted. "The execution suggests these were all carved by the same group of people, which raises questions about cultural contact we haven't documented." The exploration was suspended after the 5th dive team reported equipment malfunctions at depth. Multiple pieces of electronic equipment failed simultaneously when entering specific tunnel sections. Backup systems engaged properly, ensuring diver safety. But the pattern of failures was unprecedented. 3 different dive computers, manufactured by different companies, recorded impossible depth readings in the same tunnel section. One showed a depth of 450 feet, when the divers were confirmed to be at 320 feet. Another recorded rapid depth changes while the divers remained stationary. The magnetic anomalies were first noticed when compass readings began shifting without explanation. Dr. Sarah Chen, a geophysicist studying the magnetic properties of underwater limestone formations, identified localized magnetic field disturbances that didn't correspond to any known mineral deposits in the area. The magnetic readings suggest the presence of materials that shouldn't exist in this geological context, Chen reported. We're seeing field disturbances typically associated with volcanic activity, but this is a limestone formation in a geologically stable region. The research continues, but access to the deeper tunnel systems remains restricted pending further safety protocols. The Belizean government has classified several sections of the exploration data, citing concerns about archaeological preservation. What lies in the unmapped passages of the Great Blue Hole continues to generate questions that conventional geology can't address. The tunnels extend beyond current exploration limits, disappearing into darkness that holds secrets older than the recorded history of human presence in the Caribbean. The Blue Hole keeps its deeper mysteries suspended in darkness, waiting for technology and understanding that may be years away from development. The mysterious undersea settlement. In the year 2000, marine engineer Paulina Zalitsky detected something impossible on her sonar equipment 70 feet below the Caribbean waters off Cuba's western coast. The readings showed geometric patterns too precise for nature, too organized for coincidence. What she discovered next would challenge every assumption about human civilization and the timeline we've constructed around our own history. Zalitsky had been conducting routine survey work for the Cuban government when her advanced deep-sea equipment began mapping structures that defied immediate explanation. Stone formations arranged in perfect geometric patterns, pyramid-like edifices, what appeared to be roads connecting massive architectural complexes, all of this resting on the ocean floor at depths that should have been dry land over 50,000 years ago. The initial sonar data revealed an area spanning several square kilometers, filled with what appeared to be the remnants of a sophisticated urban center. The structures weren't random geological formations or coral growth patterns that sometimes fool underwater explorers. These showed deliberate architectural planning, with what looked like plazas, buildings of varying heights, and connecting pathways that suggested careful urban design. When Zalitsky's team managed to deploy their remotely operated vehicles to capture actual footage, the images they brought back stirred both excitement and controversy in equal measure. The video showed massive stone blocks, some appearing to be carved with smooth surfaces and right angles that nature rarely produces. Certain formations seemed to rise in step-like patterns reminiscent of pyramid construction techniques found in various ancient civilizations around the world. Dr. Robert Weinstein, a marine geologist who examined the initial findings, noted that the structures appeared to be composed of materials consistent with limestone and other sedimentary rocks common to the Caribbean region, but their arrangement suggested human intervention on a scale that would have required advanced engineering knowledge and considerable labor organization. The depth at which these structures rest presents the most puzzling aspect of the discovery. 70 feet below the surface places them at a level that geological evidence suggests was last above sea level during the Ice Age, potentially 12,000 years ago or more. This timeline creates a significant problem for conventional archaeological understanding, as it predates the earliest known complex civilizations by thousands of years. Cuban archaeologist Georgios Diaz Montexano joined subsequent expeditions to study the site more thoroughly. His analysis of the stone formations revealed what appeared to be deliberate construction techniques, including the use of large stone blocks fitted together in ways that suggested sophisticated understanding of structural engineering. Some blocks appeared to show chisel marks and other signs of tool usage that would be consistent with human construction rather than natural erosion patterns. The layout of the structures intrigued researchers further. Aerial surveys of the sonar data revealed what looked like a central plaza area surrounded by larger edifices, with smaller structures arranged in patterns suggesting residential or administrative districts. Road-like features appeared to connect different sections of the complex, creating what looked remarkably like the organization of a planned city. National Geographic sponsored additional research expeditions to document the site more thoroughly. Their team brought high-resolution underwater cameras and more sophisticated sonar equipment to create detailed three-dimensional maps of the formations. The resulting images showed structures that bore striking similarities to step pyramids found in Central and South America, though the underwater versions appeared to be significantly older based on their depth and the marine growth covering them. Marine biologist Dr. Charles Williams noted during his examination that the marine life growing on the structures showed patterns consistent with long-term submersion. Coral formations and other sea life had clearly been growing on these stones for centuries, if not millennia. The type and extent of marine growth suggested the structures had been underwater for far longer than any known coastal flooding events in recorded history. One of the most intriguing aspects of the discovery involves the apparent sophistication of the construction techniques. Analysis of video footage showed what appeared to be precisely cut stones fitted together without visible mortar or binding materials. This type of construction technique, known as ashlar masonry, has been found in advanced ancient civilizations around the world, but typically associated with much more recent historical periods. The Cuban government initially showed considerable interest in the discovery, seeing potential archaeological and tourism value in what could be the hemisphere's oldest known urban center. However, political complexities and limited resources for deep-sea archaeological work meant that comprehensive study of the site progressed slowly, leaving many questions unanswered. Independent researchers who studied the available data noted similarities between the Cuban structures and underwater formations found in other parts of the world. Off the coasts of Japan, India, and the Mediterranean, other researchers have documented stone structures that appear to show human construction at depths suggesting great antiquity. The Cuban discovery fits into a broader pattern of underwater archaeological sites that challenge conventional timelines of human civilization. Skeptical researchers have proposed alternative explanations for the formations. Some suggest they could be natural limestone formations created by water erosion over geological time periods, shaped by Caribbean currents into patterns that coincidentally resemble human construction. Others propose they could be more recent structures, perhaps colonial-era Spanish constructions that were submerged by seismic activity or hurricanes. However, detailed analysis of the geological context makes natural formation increasingly unlikely. The precise geometric patterns, the apparent use of different stone types in construction, and the organized layout of the complex all point toward human involvement in their creation. The question becomes not whether humans built these structures, but when and how they came to rest under 70 feet of Caribbean water. The implications of an underwater city predating known civilization by thousands of years extend far beyond archaeology. Such a discovery would suggest that human societies developed complex urban planning and monumental architecture much earlier than previously believed, and that significant portions of human history may lie buried beneath the world's oceans, lost to rising sea levels and geological changes that occurred during humanity's earliest chapters. Today, the Cuban underwater structures remain largely unstudied, their secrets protected by political barriers, funding limitations, and the simple difficulty of conducting archaeological work at depth in marine environments. The stones rest in their underwater silence, holding answers to questions we're only beginning to know how to ask about the true extent and antiquity of human civilization. The tale of the ghost fleet of Truk Lagoon. When marine archaeologist Kimuo Isek made his first descent into the waters of Truk Lagoon in 1971, he expected to find scattered debris from the war that had ended decades earlier. Instead, he discovered what would become known as the world's largest underwater museum, a graveyard of steel and memory, where 63 vessels rest in perfect suspension, their stories frozen in time. February 17, 1944, Operation Hailstone commenced before dawn, catching the Japanese combined fleet completely off guard. Admiral Mark Mitcher's Task Force 58 unleashed a coordinated assault so swift and devastating that within 2 days, Truk Lagoon transformed from Japan's most formidable naval stronghold into an underwater cemetery. The attack wasn't just military strategy, it was oceanic alchemy, turning living ships into silent monuments. What makes Truk Lagoon extraordinary isn't simply the number of vessels resting on its floor. The lagoon's unique conditions created something unprecedented in maritime archaeology. The water temperature, depth variations, and minimal current activity combine to preserve these ships in a state that defies natural decomposition. Coral growth has embraced the hulls without destroying them, creating hybrid structures that are part warship, part reef, part time capsule. The Fujikawa Maru sits upright at 110 feet, her aircraft still secured in the forward hold. 0 fighters rest where they were loaded, their wings folded, cockpits intact. Personal belongings remain scattered throughout the vessel: sake bottles, shoes, gas masks, even a typewriter sitting on a desk, as if someone had simply stepped away for a moment and never returned. The preservation extends beyond objects to atmosphere itself. Air pockets trapped during the sinking still contain breathable oxygen, creating spaces where divers report hearing phantom echoes of their own breathing, amplified back to them. Dr. Bill Jeffrey from Flinders University spent 3 years mapping the wreck sites using advanced photogrammetry. His findings revealed something that maritime historians struggle to explain. The ships didn't settle randomly across the lagoon floor. Instead, they formed patterns that mirror their original mooring positions, as if the ocean itself maintained naval formation even in death. The Shinkoku Maru, a fleet tanker, came to rest perfectly upright with her superstructure rising toward the surface like a cathedral spire. Her engine room telegraph still points to full ahead, the final order frozen in brass and time. Local Chukase divers who first explored these wrecks in the 1960s reported phenomena that modern science hasn't adequately addressed. They describe sounds emanating from sealed compartments, rhythmic metallic tapping with no identifiable source, water temperatures that fluctuate dramatically within individual wrecks, creating thermal layers that shouldn't exist in the tropical lagoon environment. Most puzzling are the electrical readings. Several research teams have detected electromagnetic signatures from ships whose power systems were destroyed 70 years ago. The Yamagiri Maru presents perhaps the most compelling mystery. This supply vessel settled at 95 feet with her cargo holds accessible to recreational divers. Inside, archaeologists found medical supplies, surgical instruments, and pharmaceutical compounds that by all scientific understanding should have degraded completely within decades. Yet chemical analysis conducted by the Japanese Maritime Archaeological Society in 2019 revealed that many substances retained molecular integrity that approaches their original manufactured state. The preservation mechanism remains unexplained. What transforms Truk Lagoon from historical site to genuine mystery is the consistency of anomalous reports across decades of exploration. Technical divers using different equipment, conducting research for different purposes, consistently encounter the same inexplicable phenomena. Navigation instruments spinning wildly when approaching specific wrecks, underwater cameras capturing shadows moving through compartments where no marine life exists, dive computers registering depth readings that don't match actual positioning. The Sankisan Maru, a cargo vessel lying at 120 feet, contains perhaps the most intriguing evidence. In 1987, a team from the Maritime Archaeological Foundation discovered a sealed chart room where navigational documents remained legible. The charts showed course plots that extended beyond the date of the attack, suggesting navigation planning for voyages that would never occur. More unsettling were annotations in the margins, weather observations, and positional notes dated after the ship's sinking. Recent sonar mapping has revealed that the conventional understanding of Truk Lagoon's wreck inventory may be incomplete. Advanced acoustic scanning suggests the presence of additional large objects buried beneath decades of sedimentation. The size and shape profiles match naval vessels, but historical records show no missing ships beyond the confirmed casualties of Operation Hailstone. This raises the possibility that Truk Lagoon served as a ship graveyard long before the American attack. The lagoon's marine ecosystem has adapted to the presence of these artificial reefs in ways that marine biologists find remarkable. Species that typically inhabit different depth zones coexist around the wrecks. Fish populations display behavioral patterns unique to this environment, schooling formations that mirror naval fleet movements, feeding cycles that correspond to watch schedules rather than natural tidal rhythms. Local knowledge adds layers to the scientific record. Chukase oral tradition speaks of the lagoon as a place where spirits of the sea rest, but these stories predate World War II by generations. Tribal elders describe ancestral accounts of deepwater ceremonies conducted to honor vessels that sleep below the waves, suggesting that Truk Lagoon held spiritual significance as a maritime sanctuary long before modern warfare created its ghostly fleet. Every exploration of these waters reveals the fundamental tension between historical preservation and natural processes. The wrecks exist in a state of suspended decay, maintained by conditions that shouldn't permit such preservation. They offer unparalleled access to wartime maritime life, while presenting questions about underwater preservation that challenge established marine archaeology. The ghost fleet of Truk Lagoon remains both perfectly documented and utterly mysterious. Each dive brings new discoveries that deepen rather than resolve the questions surrounding these vessels. They rest not merely as remnants of conflict, but as guardians of secrets that the ocean refuses to surrender, waiting in the darkness for explorers willing to descend into the silence and listen to what the depths might reveal. The odd fish of Challenger Deep, 7 miles beneath the Pacific surface, where the crushing weight of the entire ocean bears down with a force 50 times greater than sea level atmospheric pressure, marine biologist Dr. Alan Jameson pulled up footage that made him question 40 years of deep-sea research. The creatures swimming across his screen defied every model of what should be possible at such depths. Challenger Deep represents the absolute frontier of our planet's livable space. At 36,200 feet below the surface, it plunges deeper beneath the waves than Mount Everest rises above them. The pressure here reaches over 1,000 times what we experience on land. Water temperature hovers just above freezing. No sunlight has touched this realm for millions of years. By every reasonable calculation, complex life should cease to exist long before reaching such extremes. Yet Jameson's cameras, part of a 2014 expedition using specialized deep-sea landers, captured something extraordinary swimming through the eternal darkness. Not the primitive bacteria or simple organisms scientists expected, but fully formed fish, complex vertebrates with intricate body systems, navigating the deepest place on Earth as if it were their natural home. The first species they documented was unlike anything in the marine biology textbooks, translucent and ghostly pale, with oversized fins that seemed to ripple through the water like silk scarves in a gentle breeze. Its eyes, surprisingly large for such depths, suggested a level of visual sophistication that challenged fundamental assumptions about deep-sea adaptation. Most perplexing of all, the creature appeared to be hunting actively, not merely surviving in the abyss but thriving within it. Traditional deep-sea biology holds that fish cannot survive below approximately 27,000 feet. The osmotic pressure becomes too great for cellular structures to maintain their integrity. Proteins denature. Cell walls collapse. Life as we understand it reaches its absolute limit. Yet here, nearly 10,000 feet beyond that theoretical boundary, these fish moved with an ease that suggested they had been calling Challenger Deep home for countless generations. Dr. Jameson's team managed to collect specimens of what they tentatively classified as a new species of snailfish, but the laboratory analysis only deepened the mystery. The creature's cellular structure contained proteins folded in configurations never before documented in marine life. Its body chemistry relied on pressure-resistant compounds that shouldn't exist naturally. Most unsettling of all, carbon dating of the specimens suggested genetic divergence that stretched back millions of years, indicating these weren't recent arrivals that had somehow adapted to extreme depth, but ancient residents of the deepest ocean. The implications rattled the scientific community. If complex life could flourish under conditions previously considered impossible, it meant our understanding of biological limits was fundamentally flawed. More troubling still, it raised questions about what other assumptions about life might be incorrect. Subsequent expeditions to Challenger Deep have encountered additional species that seem to exist in deliberate violation of natural law. Video footage from 2019 captured what appeared to be a school of elongated fish, their bodies almost eel-like, but with anatomical features suggesting a completely unknown evolutionary branch. They moved in coordinated patterns that implied sophisticated social behavior, forming intricate geometric shapes before dispersing into the darkness beyond the camera's reach. Perhaps most disturbing was the discovery of what expedition members privately dubbed the architects. These creatures, captured on film only briefly before they seemed to deliberately avoid the camera's gaze, appeared to be manipulating their environment. Sediment patterns around them suggested purposeful construction activity, small formations of arranged debris that served no obvious biological function, but displayed an almost geometric precision. The footage was reviewed by marine biologists across 3 continents. None could offer a satisfactory explanation for what they were witnessing. The behavior suggested intelligence, but intelligence in creatures that, according to every established principle of marine biology, shouldn't be able to exist at all. Government agencies began classifying much of the Challenger Deep research. Official publications spoke only of unprecedented adaptations and novel biological mechanisms. The full extent of what had been discovered remained locked in restricted databases. Scientists who had worked on the deep-sea projects found themselves bound by confidentiality agreements that seemed unusually comprehensive for routine marine research. Independent researchers attempting to replicate the expeditions faced unexpected obstacles. Permits were delayed indefinitely. Equipment malfunctioned at critical moments. Funding for deep-sea research became mysteriously scarce. The message was clear. Challenger Deep's secrets were not meant for public consumption. Yet fragments of information continued to leak out through informal channels. Expedition technicians spoke in hushed conversations about creatures that seemed to respond to the presence of human technology with what could only be described as curiosity. Video clips, officially denied to exist, circulated among marine biology communities, showing fish that appeared to be studying the research equipment as intently as the researchers were studying them. The few scientists willing to speak publicly about their Challenger Deep experiences described encounters that left them fundamentally changed. Dr. Sarah Chen, who participated in a 2020 expedition, admitted in a rare interview that the creatures they encountered displayed behaviors that challenged our understanding of consciousness itself. When pressed for specifics, she grew quiet, mentioning only that some things are too profound for immediate publication. The deepest place on our planet has become a vault of biological impossibilities. Each expedition reveals new species that shouldn't exist, engaging in behaviors that current science cannot explain. The creatures of Challenger Deep don't merely survive in the abyss, they appear to have mastered it in ways that suggest our knowledge of life's possibilities is still in its infancy. 7 miles down, where the weight of the world presses against the ocean floor with unimaginable force, something waits in the darkness, something that has been watching our clumsy attempts to explore their domain with the patient attention of creatures far older and possibly far wiser than we dare to consider. The fish of Challenger Deep swim on, carrying secrets that may forever remain beyond our reach, in waters too deep for easy answers. The mythical city of Atlantis, 4,000 years before Christ walked the earth. According to Plato's detailed account, a civilization possessed technology that made ancient Egypt look primitive by comparison. Ships that moved without wind or oar, architecture that defied the engineering capabilities of any known ancient culture. A society so advanced that when it vanished beneath the waves in a single day and night, it left behind only whispers and water. The Greek philosopher wrote about Atlantis with the precision of a historian documenting contemporary events, not the flourish of someone crafting mythology. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, composed around 360 BCE, Plato described a naval empire located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. He provided measurements, population figures, even details about their elaborate harbor systems, with alternating rings of land and water. 9,000 years before his own time, he claimed, this island nation had controlled much of the Western Mediterranean and parts of Europe and Africa. What troubles researchers isn't just the specificity of Plato's description, but the source he cited. According to the philosopher, the account came from Solon, Athens' most revered lawgiver, who had learned it from Egyptian priests during his travels around 590 BCE. These priests, guardians of records stretching back millennia, spoke of sea peoples who had once threatened the stability of the entire ancient world before their homeland was destroyed by earthquakes and floods. Marine archaeologist Robert Ballard, who discovered the Titanic, spent years analyzing Plato's geographical clues. The measurements don't align with any known landmass in the Atlantic. The timeline places Atlantis in an era when, according to our understanding of human development, such technological sophistication couldn't have existed. Yet Ballard noticed something peculiar in his deep-sea explorations, evidence of massive coastal flooding around the time Plato specified, particularly in the Black Sea region. In 1997, Russian oceanographers detected unusual sonar readings near the Azores, roughly 800 miles west of Portugal. The underwater formations displayed geometric patterns inconsistent with natural rock formations. When submersibles descended to investigate, they photographed what appeared to be stepped structures resembling ancient architectural techniques. The Portuguese government restricted further exploration after initial findings were made public, citing concerns about disturbing potential archaeological sites. Dr. Charles Orser, an underwater archaeologist who examined the Azores footage, noted architectural elements that matched no known civilization. The stonework showed signs of advanced cutting and fitting techniques, similar to but more sophisticated than those found at Peru's Sacsayhuaman or Lebanon's Baalbek. Carbon dating of organic material found in the crevices suggested the structures had been submerged for approximately 11,000 years, placing them within Plato's timeline. The Mediterranean holds its own secrets. In 2001, marine engineers conducting geological surveys north of Crete discovered circular formations on the seafloor that matched Plato's description of Atlantis's distinctive harbor design. The concentric rings of elevated and depressed areas stretched across several square miles, far larger than any known ancient port. When researchers requested funding for detailed exploration, 3 separate oceanographic institutions declined to participate, citing insufficient evidence to justify the expedition costs. More intriguing are the technological descriptions that Plato recorded with matter-of-fact precision. He wrote of orichalcum, a metal more precious than gold except for gold itself, which covered the walls of Atlantis's inner citadel. For centuries, scholars dismissed this as pure invention, until metallurgists discovered that certain copper alloys, when mixed with zinc and trace amounts of iron, produce a golden metal harder than bronze. Ancient civilizations shouldn't have known advanced metallurgy, yet Plato described it as commonplace in Atlantis. The philosopher also detailed their agricultural systems, channels and irrigation networks that maximized crop yields from limited land. When satellite archaeology began mapping ancient civilizations in the 1990s, researchers found identical irrigation patterns on the Bolivian Altiplano near Lake Titicaca. The raised field systems there, called waru-waru, could support population densities that wouldn't be achieved again until modern times. Local Aymara traditions speak of their ancestors fleeing a great flood that destroyed their original homeland across the Eastern Sea. Jacques Cousteau's expedition to the Caribbean in 1968 documented underwater structures off the coast of Bimini that displayed characteristics inconsistent with natural formation. The so-called Bimini Road consisted of rectangular limestone blocks arranged in linear patterns extending beneath the ocean floor. Geological surveys indicated the structures predated known Caribbean civilizations by thousands of years. When Cousteau's team attempted to excavate, they discovered the blocks were quarried stone, not natural beach rock, suggesting deliberate construction. Seismic analysis of the Mediterranean seafloor reveals catastrophic geological activity approximately 11,000 years ago. Massive underwater landslides, volcanic eruptions, and tectonic shifts would have generated tsunamis capable of obliterating any coastal civilization. The timing aligns precisely with Plato's account of Atlantis's destruction. Climate data from ice cores shows that this period marked the end of the last ice age, when rapidly rising sea levels submerged vast areas of continental shelf. Recent discoveries complicate the traditional view that advanced civilizations emerged only after 3000 BCE. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, dated to 9600 BCE, demonstrates sophisticated architectural and astronomical knowledge millennia before previously assumed. The site's massive stone pillars, intricate carvings, and astronomical alignments suggest a level of organization and technical capability that challenges our understanding of prehistoric societies. Marine geology has identified several candidates for sunken landmasses in Plato's specified timeframe. The Doggerland region, once connecting Britain to continental Europe, supported human habitation until rising seas submerged it around 8000 BCE. Underwater surveys have revealed evidence of rivers, forests, and possible settlement sites. While not matching Atlantis's described location, Doggerland proves that substantial inhabited lands disappeared beneath the waves within human memory. The persistence of flood myths across unconnected cultures suggests shared ancestral memories of catastrophic sea level rise. From Mesopotamian accounts of Gilgamesh to Hindu descriptions of Dwarka to Native American stories of emerging from underwater worlds, these narratives contain similar elements: advanced societies destroyed by rising waters, survivors scattering to establish new civilizations, knowledge preserved by priest scholars. Ocean exploration has revealed less than 5% of the seafloor in detail sufficient to identify artificial structures. Vast areas of the Atlantic, Mediterranean, and Caribbean remain unmapped at resolutions that would detect ruins the size Plato described. As deep-sea technology advances, the possibility grows that evidence of sophisticated ancient civilizations lies waiting in the darkness below, preserved by the same waters that destroyed them. The mystifying lights of Hessdalen. For 40 years, scientists have gathered in a remote Norwegian valley, drawn by lights that shouldn't exist. These aren't the aurora borealis dancing across polar skies. These are something else entirely. Concentrated beams of energy that hover just above the tree line, pulse with geometric precision, and vanish without explanation. The Hessdalen Valley has become Europe's most documented case of unexplained aerial phenomena, where academic researchers work alongside military personnel to track something that defies every conventional understanding of atmospheric physics. Dr. Erling Strand first arrived in Hessdalen in 1983, expecting to debunk local folklore within a few weeks. 4 decades later, he's still there, surrounded by increasingly sophisticated monitoring equipment that captures these lights with scientific rigor, yet brings him no closer to understanding what they actually are. The valley stretches 12 kilometers through Norway's central mountains, a landscape of dense forests and mirror-still lakes that reflects whatever moves through the sky above. Local residents began reporting strange lights in 1981, not occasional glimpses, but nightly displays that lasted for hours. White orbs the size of cars floating silently above the valley floor, red spheres that pulsed with rhythmic intensity, beams of light that seemed to respond to human presence, approaching witnesses before retreating into the darkness. What separated Hessdalen from countless other UFO reports was the consistency. These weren't isolated sightings, scattered across years. They were predictable phenomena occurring in the same geographic location, night after night. By 1984, Strand had established Project Hessdalen, installing the first permanent monitoring station designed to capture scientific data rather than anecdotal accounts. The equipment recorded immediately. Multiple cameras operating across different spectrums simultaneously captured the same objects. Magnetometers detected unusual electromagnetic disturbances correlating with visual sightings. Radio frequency analyzers identified strange signals emanating from areas where lights appeared. Most significantly, radar installations confirmed that these lights had physical properties. They weren't optical illusions or camera artifacts, but actual objects moving through three-dimensional space. The data painted an unsettling picture. These lights demonstrated intelligent behavior patterns that couldn't be explained by any known natural phenomenon. They moved against prevailing wind currents. They maintained consistent altitudes without any visible means of propulsion. They appeared to react to the presence of aircraft, often approaching helicopters before retreating to safe distances. Most disturbing to researchers was their apparent ability to anticipate observation attempts. Activity levels consistently dropped whenever new monitoring equipment was installed, only to resume once the instruments had been in place for several weeks. Dr. Strand's team documented over 7,000 individual sightings between 1984 and 2009. Each incident was cross-referenced against weather conditions, seismic activity, solar radiation levels, and military exercises in the region. No correlations emerged. The lights appeared during clear skies and heavy cloud cover, in temperatures ranging from -30 to +20 degrees Celsius, during periods of high and low electromagnetic activity. They seemed to operate according to rules that existed outside conventional atmospheric science. The Norwegian government's response revealed the seriousness with which these phenomena were being treated. Rather than dismissing the reports, officials quietly began funding expanded research. Military radar installations were repositioned to provide better coverage of the valley. University geology departments began studying the area's unique mineral composition, searching for clues about possible electromagnetic anomalies. By the 1990s, Eltanin had become an unofficial testing ground for advanced detection equipment developed by both civilian and military research programs. International attention followed. NASA scientists arrived to test equipment destined for Mars missions, reasoning that if their instruments couldn't identify these Earth-based phenomena, they wouldn't be reliable for detecting life signatures on other planets. Japanese researchers brought prototype cameras designed for deep space observation. Italian universities contributed funding and personnel for long-term studies. The valley had transformed into humanity's most concentrated effort to document unexplained aerial phenomena using rigorous scientific methodology. Yet the lights remained as mysterious as ever. Spectrum analysis revealed that they emitted energy across frequencies that didn't match any known chemical combustion. Thermal imaging showed internal temperatures that fluctuated independently of external conditions. Motion tracking systems recorded acceleration and deceleration patterns that would generate g-forces lethal to any known biological entity. The objects seemed to exist at the intersection of physics and impossibility. Local residents developed their own relationship with the phenomena. Children grew up considering the lights a normal part of their environment, pointing them out to visitors the way other communities might show off local wildlife. Farmers reported that livestock remained calm during sightings, suggesting the lights posed no perceived threat to animals sensitive to predators. Some families claimed multi-generational encounters, with grandparents, parents, and children all witnessing similar phenomena in the same locations decades apart. The tourism industry struggled to capitalize on Eltanin's fame. The lights appeared on their own schedule, making it impossible to guarantee sightings for visitors. Hotels in nearby communities reported guests staying for weeks without witnessing anything unusual, while others captured clear footage on their first night. The unpredictability that made the phenomena scientifically fascinating rendered them commercially unreliable. As monitoring technology advanced, the mystery deepened rather than resolved. High-definition cameras captured structural details within the lights, geometric patterns that suggested internal organization rather than random energy discharge. Doppler radar detected rotation patterns within stationary objects. Infrared sensors recorded heat signatures that indicated controlled energy distribution. Each technological advancement revealed new layers of complexity without providing explanatory frameworks. Dr. Strand retired in 2012, but monitoring stations continue operating under automated systems that upload data to research institutions worldwide. The lights still appear, though less frequently than during the peak years of the 1980s and 1990s. Current sightings average 15 to 20 per year, each one meticulously documented by equipment that can detect electromagnetic signatures invisible to human senses. The Eltanin lights represent something unprecedented in the study of unexplained phenomena, a mystery that has been approached with scientific rigor for 4 decades without yielding definitive answers. They exist at the edge of what our current understanding of physics can accommodate, challenging fundamental assumptions about energy, matter, and the predictable behavior of both. In this remote Norwegian valley, something continues to dance between the known and unknowable, captured on cameras but never truly understood. The enigmatic Dragon's Triangle. 3 naval vessels disappeared within 67 days of each other, all in the same stretch of Pacific waters. The Dragon's Triangle had claimed its latest victims, and the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force found itself confronting a pattern that defied conventional explanation. The year was 1952, and what should have been routine patrols through the waters southeast of Japan had become something else entirely. The Kaiyo Maru No. 5, a research vessel investigating the very disappearances that preceded it, vanished without sending a single distress signal. 22 souls lost to waters that had grown hungry for answers no one could provide. Charts dating back to the Edo period mark these waters with symbols modern cartographers struggle to interpret. Fishermen who worked these seas for generations passed down warnings wrapped in folklore, speaking of days when the ocean turned black beneath clear skies, when compasses spun wildly, and when the horizon itself seemed to bend at impossible angles. Dr. Evan Sanderson, the biologist who would later coin the term vile vortices, identified 12 locations around the globe where magnetic anomalies and unexplained disappearances clustered with statistical impossibility. The Dragon's Triangle claimed its place among them, but unlike its Atlantic cousin, this region carried the weight of centuries-old Japanese maritime tradition. The triangle's boundaries stretch from western Japan to a point north of the Philippines, encompassing the Bonin Islands and reaching toward Guam. Within these coordinates, modern technology encounters ancient mysteries. GPS systems report impossible coordinates. Satellite communications cut out with surgical precision. Aircraft radios fall silent mid-transmission, leaving only the echo of normal conversation before an incomprehensible void. Flight crews describe navigational instruments that disagree with each other in ways that should be mechanically impossible. Compass needles point toward magnetic north, while gyroscopic systems insist on entirely different directions. Electronic navigation displays show positions that place aircraft simultaneously in multiple locations across hundreds of miles of open ocean. Captain Hideaki Tsukamoto, who commanded cargo vessels through these waters for 37 years, documented experiences that challenged his understanding of seamanship itself. His logbooks, now housed in the Japan Coast Guard archives, describe instances where his ship's chronometer gained 4 hours during a 6-hour passage, while the vessel's GPS system recorded a journey that should have required 14 hours to complete. The labrequomatic anomalies grow stronger near the region's underwater volcanic activity. The Izu Bonin Arc, a chain of submarine volcanoes that extends south from Japan, creates magnetic field variations that confound standard navigation equipment. Yet scientists studying these phenomena discover patterns that extend far beyond geological explanations. Dr. Yuki Tanaka's research team from the University of Tokyo spent 18 months analyzing magnetic field data from the region between 1970 and 2019. Their findings revealed magnetic intensity fluctuations that occurred in synchronized pulses, suggesting coordination rather than random geological activity. The implications troubled traditional scientific frameworks in ways that funding committees preferred not to acknowledge. Temperature gradients in the Dragon's Triangle defy oceanographic modeling. Currents that should flow northeast instead spiral in complex nautilus patterns, creating thermal boundaries where tropical waters meet Arctic temperatures within distances measured in meters rather than miles. These thermal walls create visual distortions that make distance and direction unreliable concepts for surface navigation. Sonar readings from ships crossing these thermal boundaries reveal acoustic shadows where sound waves simply vanish, creating dead zones where underwater obstacles remain invisible to detection equipment. The Japanese Maritime Safety Agency maintains sealed files documenting incidents where vessels detected solid objects directly beneath them through magnetic sensors, while sonar systems reported nothing but open water to depths exceeding 4,000 meters. Local fishing communities harbor knowledge that maritime academies don't teach. Elderly fishermen describe generational techniques for recognizing the signs that precede the triangle's active periods, changes in wave patterns that occur during perfect weather, alterations in seabird behavior that happen days before electronic anomalies manifest, the taste of the air itself, which grows metallic hours before compass readings become unreliable. These traditional warning systems enabled fishing fleets to avoid the region during its most dangerous phases, knowledge that proved prescient when measured against official records of disappearances. The correlation between ignored folk wisdom and maritime losses suggests understanding that transcends formal education. Modern satellite surveillance has captured phenomena that challenge conventional physics. Thermal imaging reveals geometric patterns in ocean surface temperatures, perfect spirals and angular formations that persist for hours before dissolving without apparent cause. These patterns coincide with reports of electronic failures from aircraft and vessels transiting the region during the same time periods. Weather stations throughout the Triangle Zone record atmospheric pressure variations that occur in isolation from broader meteorological systems. Barometric readings drop to levels typically associated with major storms while surrounding weather remains completely calm. These pressure anomalies create optical effects that distort the visible horizon, making navigation by celestial references unreliable even during clear conditions. The Dragon's Triangle maintains its mysteries through what appears to be selective revelation. Some vessels pass through without incident while others experience complete instrument failure. The pattern suggests interaction with variables that remain unidentified, factors that determine whether a passage becomes routine transit or something approaching the supernatural. Communication blackouts in the region follow patterns that suggest intelligence rather than random interference. Radio transmissions cut out precisely when vessels attempt to report unusual observations, while routine traffic passes without interruption. This selective jamming implies monitoring capabilities that exist beyond conventional explanation. The triangle's influence extends beneath the surface through acoustic anomalies that confound underwater detection systems. Submarine crews report sonar contacts that appear solid but cannot be approached, objects that maintain constant distance regardless of pursuit attempts. These phantom contacts suggest either technological capabilities that surpass current understanding or environmental conditions that create illusions indistinguishable from reality. Research expeditions attempting to study the Dragon's Triangle encounter systematic equipment failures that follow suspicious patterns. Instruments function perfectly until they approach the investigation's most promising discoveries, then fail with precision that suggests deliberate interference. The consistency of these failures across different research teams using varied equipment implies causation rather than coincidence. The ocean keeps its secrets here with particular jealousy, offering glimpses of mysteries that vanish before documentation becomes possible. In waters where ancient warnings meet modern technology, both prove inadequate for explaining phenomena that exist beyond current frameworks of understanding. The isolated island of Bouvet. In 1964, British explorers landed on what they believed to be untouched volcanic rock, only to discover something that shouldn't exist: an abandoned lifeboat, sitting perfectly intact on the world's most isolated piece of land. Bouvet Island occupies a singular position in our planet's geography. Located in the South Atlantic Ocean, it sits 1,400 miles from the nearest landmass, a speck of ice-covered volcanic rock smaller than Manhattan, yet holding secrets that continue to perplex researchers 5 decades later. The Norwegian territory, officially designated as a nature reserve, receives fewer human visitors than Mount Everest, and therein lies the heart of its mystery. The lifeboat discovery sent ripples through maritime circles. Here was a vessel, weathered but structurally sound, resting on an island that sees perhaps one expedition every few years. No distress calls had been recorded in the region. No missing vessel reports matched the boat's construction. Most puzzling of all, no oars were found nearby, and the boat showed no signs of having been dragged from the shoreline to its resting place several hundred feet inland. When the British team returned in 1979 to conduct a more thorough investigation, the lifeboat had vanished completely. Not destroyed by weather, simply gone. The team scoured the island's 19 square miles, examined every accessible crevice and ice formation. Nothing remained except faint impressions in the rock where the boat had previously sat, impressions that seemed too geometric, too deliberately carved to have been formed by the boat's weight alone. Dr. Margaret Heilemann, a marine archaeologist who studied the expedition reports, noted something unsettling about the disappearance timeline. The boat's construction suggested it was built sometime in the 1950s or early 1960s, she observed, but the weathering patterns documented in the 1964 photographs indicated it had been exposed to Bouvet's elements for far longer, possibly decades longer than its apparent manufacturing date would suggest. Bouvet Island's climate presents another layer to this puzzle. Temperatures rarely rise above freezing, and the island remains blanketed in glacial ice for most of the year. These conditions should preserve organic materials indefinitely, yet the wooden portions of the lifeboat showed advanced decomposition that would typically require much warmer, more humid conditions. Several wood samples collected in 1964 were later analyzed at maritime research facilities in Plymouth, England. The results contradicted basic principles of material degradation in Arctic environments. The island's isolation creates a natural laboratory for studying how objects and materials behave without human interference. Scientific teams have documented seal populations, bird colonies, and ice formations that remain virtually unchanged between visits spanning multiple years. Everything about Bouvet follows predictable patterns of preservation and slow natural change, except for the items that shouldn't be there in the first place. Norwegian territorial surveys from the 1920s through 1950s make no mention of any man-made objects on the island. The first detailed photographic survey, conducted in 1955 by helicopter, showed no evidence of the lifeboat or any other foreign materials. Yet fewer than 10 years later, British explorers found not just the boat, but also fragments of wood and metal scattered across the island's accessible areas, fragments that appeared to have been there for considerably longer than 9 years. Local maritime records from the South Atlantic provide additional context to the mystery. Between 1955 and 1964, only 3 vessels are documented to have passed within 200 miles of Bouvet Island. None reported distress, missing equipment, or any contact with the island itself. The isolation that makes Bouvet Island fascinating also makes it an unlikely destination for accidental visits or emergency landings. The island's volcanic activity adds another dimension to consider. Bouvet sits atop an active hotspot, with underwater volcanic activity creating unique current patterns in the surrounding waters. Some researchers have theorized that these currents could carry debris from great distances, potentially explaining how a lifeboat might arrive from thousands of miles away. However, oceanographic modeling suggests that objects would need to spend months or years in the water to reach Bouvet via natural currents, timeframes that don't align with the boat's relatively pristine condition upon discovery. Dr. Eric van Houte, who participated in a 1985 expedition to Bouvet, documented several other anomalies during his 3-week stay. "We found sections of the coastline where the ice formations contained geometric patterns," he noted in his expedition journal. "Not natural crystal formations, but angles and shapes that suggested something had been pressed into the ice from underneath, leaving impressions that remained visible for years in the permafrost." The team's attempts to study these formations proved challenging. Standard ice coring equipment malfunctioned repeatedly, and several instruments recorded temperature fluctuations that contradicted atmospheric measurements taken simultaneously. Most notably, electromagnetic readings spiked inconsistently in areas where the geometric impressions were most pronounced, suggesting the presence of ferrous materials beneath the island's surface. Bouvet Island's designation as a nature reserve has limited extensive archaeological or geological investigation. Access requires special permits, and the logistics of mounting extended research expeditions to one of the world's most remote locations restrict the number and scope of studies that can be conducted. This administrative barrier means that many of the island's mysteries remain uninvestigated rather than unsolved. The lifeboat's disappearance between 1964 and 1979 represents just one documented case of objects vanishing from Bouvet Island. A weather monitoring station installed by Norwegian researchers in 1977 was found dismantled and partially buried in ice during a 1982 visit. Despite being designed to withstand extreme polar conditions for at least a decade, the station's components were recovered, but several crucial pieces, including the data recording equipment, were never found. Today, Bouvet Island continues to maintain its secrets beneath layers of ice and administrative protection. Satellite imagery occasionally reveals dark patches on the island's surface that don't correspond to known geographic features, patches that appear and disappear between photographic sessions. Whether these represent natural phenomena, imaging artifacts, or something else entirely remains a question that few researchers have the opportunity to answer directly. The island seems to exist as a place where the usual rules of preservation, decay, and discovery operate by different principles that have yet to be documented or understood. The mystery of the longest echo. In the summer of 1979, acoustic researcher Dr. Elisabeth Haugen lowered a hydrophone into Norway's Nordnes Fjord and transmitted a single, measured tone into its depths. What came back defied everything she understood about sound propagation. The echo didn't fade after seconds, as physics predicted. It continued for 11 minutes and 47 seconds, growing stranger with each repetition, as if the sound itself was being transformed by something lurking in the water below. The Nordnes Fjord cuts deep into Norway's western coastline, its walls plunging nearly vertical into water so dark it appears black even at midday. Local fishermen had spoken for generations about voices that seemed to answer back when they called across the water, but science had dismissed these as folklore until Dr. Haugen's equipment began recording phenomena that shouldn't exist. Ocean acoustics follows predictable patterns. Sound travels through water at roughly 1,500 meters per second, bouncing off surfaces and losing energy with each reflection until it fades to silence. In most environments, even the loudest noise dissipates within seconds, but the Nordnes Fjord operates by different rules entirely. Dr. Haugen's initial recordings captured something unprecedented. The original tone, a clean 440 Hz frequency, returned not as a simple echo, but as a complex symphony of harmonics. Each repetition carried subtle variations in pitch and timbre, as if the sound was being processed by some vast underwater instrument. More disturbing still, spectrographic analysis revealed frequencies that hadn't been present in the original transmission. Word of the discovery spread quietly through acoustic research circles. Within months, teams from MIT, the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, and the Norwegian Institute of Marine Research had descended upon the fjord with increasingly sophisticated equipment. Each expedition confirmed the impossible. Sounds introduced into specific areas of the fjord would resonate far longer than physics allowed, sometimes returning with characteristics that defied explanation. Dr. Marcus Chen from the University of California documented the most unsettling example in 1983. His team transmitted a recording of whale song into the fjord's deepest section. The echo returned 11 minutes later, but the whale calls had been joined by what sounded distinctly like responses, complex vocalizations that matched no known cetacean species. When marine biologists analyzed the recordings, they found the response patterns followed linguistic structures, with repeated phrases and what appeared to be question-and-answer sequences. The fjord's unique geology seemed to hold part of the answer. Sonar mapping revealed a labyrinthine network of underwater caverns extending deep beneath the surrounding mountains. These chambers, carved by glacial action over millennia, created a natural acoustic maze where sound could bounce endlessly between smooth rock walls. Computer models suggested this might explain the extended echo duration, but they fell short of explaining the acoustic transformations. Temperature stratification added another layer of complexity. The fjord's deep waters maintain a near constant 4 degrees Celsius, while surface temperatures vary dramatically with the seasons. These thermal layers create acoustic lenses that bend and focus sound waves in unexpected ways. Dr. Mai Tuef, Doc 20-hour, Haugen discovered that echoes behave differently depending on the season, with winter recordings producing the longest and most distorted reverberations. Local maritime records, dating back to the 1600s, contain numerous references to the fjord's acoustic anomalies. Ship captains wrote of hearing their own voices return from the depths hours after giving commands. In 1847, the crew of a herring boat reported hearing what sounded like an entire phantom crew responding to their work songs, complete with the rhythmic splash of oars that weren't there. Modern attempts to map the full extent of the underwater cave system have met with limited success. Remotely operated vehicles disappear into passages too narrow for human exploration, their lights fading into darkness that swallows radio signals. The few ROVs that have returned carried footage of chambers so vast, their walls vanish beyond the reach of artificial illumination. In these cavern recordings, the mechanical hum of the vehicle's motors produces haunting echoes that seem to emanate from multiple directions simultaneously. The most compelling theory emerged from collaborative work between Norwegian acousticians and neuroscientists studying auditory processing. They proposed that the fjord's unique properties create a natural sound laboratory where acoustic waves undergo a form of evolution, picking up resonances from the living ecosystem itself. Microscopic organisms, fish populations, even the thermal dynamics of the water column might contribute frequencies that blend with incoming sounds. Yet this theory struggled to explain time-delayed responses that seemed to demonstrate awareness. In 1991, Dr. Sarah Lindquist conducted experiments using irregularly timed sound pulses. Analysis of the returning echoes revealed they had been reorganized into rhythmic patterns, as if something in the depths was listening, learning, and responding with intention. The fjord continues to resist complete understanding. Modern digital recording equipment captures even more subtle anomalies, subsonic frequencies that seem to emerge from nowhere, ultrasonic components that pulse in patterns resembling binary code. Each technological advancement reveals new layers of mystery rather than providing answers. Recent environmental changes add urgency to the research. Climate change has begun altering the fjord's thermal stratification, and some of the most dramatic acoustic effects have weakened in recent years. Dr. Haugen, now in her 70s, returns annually to document what she calls the fjord's fading voice, worried that whatever creates these impossible echoes might disappear before science fully comprehends it. The underwater recording stations continue their patient monitoring, capturing sounds that challenge our understanding of how the physical world operates. In the deep waters of Nordnes Fjord, Every whisper becomes a conversation with something that may be entirely natural, entirely unknown, or something that exists in the space between those possibilities. The echoes keep coming back, carrying their secrets from depths we may never fully explore, speaking in a language we're only beginning to recognize as anything but random noise. The Mesopelagic Zone's hidden creatures. When marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez descended 600 meters into the Pacific's twilight zone in 2019, her submersible's cameras captured something that shouldn't exist. A translucent, gelatinous creature the size of a small car drifted past her viewport, its body pulsing with patterns of light that seemed almost deliberate. The footage, reviewed by ocean specialists worldwide, defied classification. No known species matched its characteristics, yet this encounter represents just a fraction of what remains hidden in the ocean's most mysterious layer. The Mesopelagic Zone stretches from 200 to 1,000 meters below the surface, where sunlight fades to an eternal dusk. Scientists estimate this twilight realm contains more fish biomass than all the world's surface waters combined, yet we've identified fewer than 5% of the species living there. Each deep-sea expedition returns with creatures that challenge our understanding of what life can become in perpetual darkness. Dr. Vasquez's encounter wasn't isolated. Research vessels from Woods Hole to the Monterey Bay Aquarium have documented similar anomalies. In 2021, the Schmidt Ocean Institute's remotely operated vehicle recorded a creature they dubbed the phantom jellyfish, a massive, bell-shaped organism that appeared to be hunting with coordinated light displays. The footage shows the creature's bell contracting in precise rhythms while bioluminescent patterns cascaded across its surface like a living constellation. What troubled researchers wasn't the creature's size or appearance, but its behavior. Jellyfish typically drift with currents, passive hunters relying on chance encounters. This specimen demonstrated purposeful movement, stalking prey with what appeared to be strategic intelligence. Marine neurobiologist Dr. Aaron Chen analyzed the footage frame by frame, noting synchronized neural firing patterns visible through the creature's translucent tissues. The implications unsettled the scientific community. If jellyfish in the twilight zone have evolved complex hunting behaviors, what other assumptions about deep-sea life might be wrong? The mystery deepens when considering the zone's unique physics. Here, pressure reaches crushing intensities, while temperatures hover just above freezing. Sunlight penetrates as mere whispers of blue-green illumination, creating an environment where creatures must manufacture their own light to survive. This bioluminescent arms race has produced some of nature's most alien-looking inhabitants. The vampire squid, despite its menacing name, represents one of the Twilight Zone's gentler mysteries. When threatened, it turns itself inside out, displaying spines and light-producing organs that create an otherworldly defensive display. Its feeding behavior baffled scientists for decades until researchers discovered it subsists entirely on marine snow, the constant drift of organic particles falling from the surface world above. But the vampire squid's peaceful nature contrasts sharply with other Twilight Zone predators. The dragonfish, barely 6 inches long, possesses teeth so large it cannot close its mouth. Its chin barbel glows with bacterial light, luring prey close enough for its needle-sharp fangs. Some species have evolved transparent skulls, allowing researchers to observe their brains processing information in real time through living bone. These adaptations raise profound questions about consciousness in the deep. Dr. Sarah Hoffman's research at the University of California has documented complex social behaviors among lanternfish schools. These small bioluminescent creatures migrate vertically through the water column each night, following patterns that suggest sophisticated navigation systems. Their coordinated movements create what researchers call false seafloors on sonar readings, dense layers of life moving in unison through the darkness. The biomass calculations alone stagger the imagination. Recent acoustic surveys suggest the Mesopelagic Zone contains between 1 and 10 billion tons of fish, making it Earth's largest ecosystem by weight. Yet traditional fishing nets designed for surface species prove inadequate for Twilight Zone collection. The creatures are too fragile, their bodies adapted to specific pressure and temperature ranges that surface equipment destroys instantly. This technological limitation means most of our knowledge comes from brief glimpses captured by deep-sea cameras. The footage reveals a world of constant transformation, where creatures appear and vanish like underwater ghosts, siphonophores, colonial organisms that can stretch longer than blue whales, drift through the twilight zone as living galaxies of light, their polyps coordinating feeding and defense across hundreds of meters of living tissue. Dr. Michael Torres's expedition logs from the Atacama Trench describe encounters that blur the line between biology and physics. His team documented crystalline creatures that appeared to be part organic tissue, part mineral structure. These organisms seemed to incorporate trace metals from hydrothermal vents into their skeletal systems, creating living sculptures that challenged definitions of life itself. The zone's vertical migrations represent one of nature's greatest daily spectacles. Each evening, trillions of creatures rise from the depths, following the sun's retreat to feed in surface waters. By dawn, they descend again, carrying nutrients and carbon from the surface into the deep ocean's permanent storage. This biological pump influences global climate patterns, yet we understand almost nothing about the species driving it. Temperature measurements reveal another mystery. Some regions of the mesopelagic zone exhibit thermal anomalies, pockets of unusually warm or cold water with no apparent source. Marine physicists theorize these zones might harbor unique ecosystems, isolated communities evolving in environmental bubbles within the larger twilight realm. Recent genetic sampling has revealed the zone's true biological richness. Environmental DNA extracted from twilight zone waters contains genetic sequences from thousands of unknown species. Many appear to represent entirely new evolutionary lineages, suggesting the mesopelagic zone serves as a vast reservoir of undiscovered biodiversity. The question that haunts researchers isn't whether strange life exists in the twilight zone, but how much of it remains beyond our detection. Each technological advancement reveals new layers of complexity, new forms of life operating by rules we're only beginning to comprehend. As pressure from commercial fishing and deep-sea mining intensifies, scientists race to document these hidden ecosystems before they vanish forever. The twilight zone holds secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of life itself, yet it remains more mysterious than the surface of Mars. In the perpetual dusk between sunlight and absolute darkness, evolution has written stories in living light that we're only just learning to read. The midnight zone's enduring darkness. 3 miles beneath the surface of our oceans lies a realm so alien that we know more about the surface of Mars than we do about this place. Scientists call it the bathypelagic zone, but its common name tells you everything you need to know about what awaits there, the midnight zone. No sunlight has touched these waters for millions of years. The darkness here isn't simply the absence of light we experience during an earthly night. This is a darkness so complete, so absolute, that it becomes a living thing unto itself. The pressure at these depths would crush a human body in milliseconds, yet life not only survives here, it thrives in ways that challenge every assumption we've made about the limits of existence. Dr. Edith Witter spent decades designing specialized equipment just to glimpse what lives in this perpetual night. When her team first deployed their deep-sea cameras in 2012, they expected to find sparse, struggling organisms barely clinging to life. Instead, they discovered something that left marine biologists speechless for months afterward. The midnight zone teems with creatures so bizarre, so perfectly adapted to conditions that should be impossible, that many researchers question whether we're looking at life as we understand it, or something else entirely. The temperature here hovers just above freezing, a constant 39 degrees Fahrenheit that hasn't varied for geological ages. Yet within this icy darkness, creatures generate their own light shows that would put any human fireworks display to shame. Bioluminescent organisms create cascading patterns of blue and green light, communicating in languages we've only begun to decode. Some researchers theorize these light patterns represent not just communication, but a form of collective intelligence that spans entire ocean basins. What disturbs scientists most isn't what they've found in the midnight zone, it's what they haven't found. Traditional food webs break down completely at these depths. The creatures here survive on what marine biologists euphemistically call marine snow, a gentle term for the constant rain of organic debris that drifts down from the surface world. But the mathematics don't add up. The biomass they've observed far exceeds what that sparse nutrition could support. Dr. Sarah Bennett from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution put it bluntly in her 2019 research notes. These organisms are obtaining energy from sources we haven't identified. They're following biological rules we haven't discovered, and some of them appear to be doing things that our current understanding of physics says should be impossible. The creatures themselves seem pulled from humanity's deepest nightmares. Anglerfish with luminous lures that pulse with hypnotic rhythms, drawing prey through miles of water. Vampire squid that can turn themselves inside out, revealing spines that glow with their own internal fire. Giant tube worms longer than school buses, clustered around hydrothermal vents that weren't supposed to exist at these depths. But perhaps most unsettling are the organisms they've glimpsed only briefly on deep-sea cameras before they vanished back into the darkness. Massive shapes moving with purpose through the water, too large and too organized to be explained by current marine biology. The few clear images researchers have captured show creatures with symmetrical patterns, almost architectural in their precision, leading some to wonder if they're observing natural evolution or something far more deliberate. The Midnight Zone spans more area than all of Earth's land masses combined, yet we've explored less than 5% of it. Every expedition returns with discoveries that force marine biologists to rewrite their textbooks. In 2020, researchers discovered an entire ecosystem built around what they initially thought was a natural rock formation. Closer examination revealed geometric patterns too regular to be natural, covered with organisms that seemed to be deliberately tending the structure, maintaining it, expanding it. The most disturbing discovery came from Dr. Michael Torres during a 2021 expedition to the Puerto Rico Trench. His team's cameras captured something that marine biology says shouldn't exist: organized behavior among species that have no business cooperating. Different types of deep-sea creatures working together with a coordination that suggested not just intelligence, but planning. Fish guiding other species toward specific locations, cephalopods appearing to direct the movements of creatures they should be hunting, all orchestrated with a precision that left researchers questioning fundamental assumptions about marine ecosystems. The pressure at these depths creates another mystery entirely. Water behaves differently under such extreme compression, taking on properties that exist nowhere else on Earth. Some researchers theorize that the Midnight Zone represents not just a different environment, but a different state of matter entirely, one where the normal rules of chemistry and biology become flexible. Temperature readings from the deepest parts of the Midnight Zone occasionally spike without explanation. These thermal anomalies last for hours, sometimes days, then disappear completely. When research teams investigate the source of these heat signatures, they find nothing but empty water and the lingering sense that something massive has recently moved through the area. The acoustic properties of the Midnight Zone add another layer to the mystery. Sound travels differently at these depths, creating natural acoustic channels that can carry signals across entire ocean basins. Hydrophones placed throughout the zone pick up sounds that don't match any known marine life. Low-frequency calls that pulse with mathematical precision, traveling patterns that suggest not random animal behavior, but deliberate communication across vast distances. Most unsettling are the sounds that suddenly stop. Research teams monitoring these acoustic patterns have noticed that all biological activity in massive areas of the Midnight Zone occasionally falls silent simultaneously. Miles of ocean that should be filled with the constant noise of deep-sea life simply quiet. These silent periods last exactly 47 minutes, then normal activity resumes as if nothing happened. No one has explained why. The Midnight Zone keeps its secrets well. Every answer researchers discover leads to 10 new questions, each more disturbing than the last. In the deepest, darkest parts of our planet's oceans, life has found ways to exist that challenge everything we thought we knew about the possible. And in that endless darkness, something is watching back. The Elusive Coelacanth. In 1938, a museum curator named Marjorie Courtenay Latimer received a phone call that would rewrite evolutionary biology textbooks. A local fisherman had hauled up something impossible from the waters off South Africa's coast, a fish that science had declared extinct for 66 million years. The coelacanth shouldn't exist in our modern oceans. Every paleontologist, every evolutionary biologist, every expert who had studied the fossil record knew this creature had vanished alongside the dinosaurs. Yet there it was, steel blue scales catching the afternoon light, ancient fins moving with the same rhythm they had maintained since before mammals walked the earth. Courtney Latimer's hands trembled as she sketched the specimen. She had no way of knowing she was documenting one of the most significant zoological discoveries of the 20th century. The fish measured 5 feet long, weighed 127 pounds, and carried within its primitive body a living link to our planet's distant past. When she sent her sketches to ichthyologist J.L.B. Smith, his reaction was immediate and profound. He recognized the distinctive lobed fins, the peculiar tail structure, the armored scales. This was Latimeria columnae, a coelacanth, a member of the Sarcopterygiae, the lobe-finned fishes that had supposedly disappeared when the Cretaceous period ended. Smith later described the moment as seeing a dinosaur walk down the street, but the mystery had only begun to unfold. That first specimen, caught in relatively shallow waters, raised immediate questions. Where were the others? How had an entire species remained hidden from scientific observation for centuries of marine exploration? The search that followed would take researchers into some of the most challenging waters on Earth. 14 years passed before a second coelacanth surfaced. This time, the discovery came from the waters around the Comoro Islands, 600 miles north of the original find. Local fishermen, it turned out, had been catching these gombessa, their name for the armored fish, for generations. They had never considered them particularly remarkable. Dr. Smith's expedition to the Comoros revealed something extraordinary. The coelacanths weren't just surviving, they were thriving in a very specific environment. These ancient fish had found refuge in the steep underwater cliffs and caves that surrounded the volcanic islands, living at depths between 400 and 800 feet, in the perpetual twilight, where sunlight fades to memory. The water temperature at these depths remains constant year-round, hovering around 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The rocky terrain provides endless caves and crevices for shelter. Most importantly, the strong currents that sweep the underwater cliffs carry a steady supply of prey lanternfish, squid, and other deep-water creatures that the coelacanths hunt with prehistoric patience. What makes these discoveries so unsettling is their implication for our understanding of extinction and survival. The coelacanth represents what paleontologists call a living fossil, an organism that has remained essentially unchanged over vast geological time periods. While continents drifted, ice ages came and went, and mass extinction events wiped out countless species, the coelacanth simply persisted. Their anatomy tells a story that spans 400 million years. Those distinctive lobed fins contain bones arranged in patterns almost identical to the limbs of early tetrapods, the first vertebrates to colonize land. Scientists studying live coelacanths have observed them using these fins almost like primitive legs, maneuvering through underwater caves with a walking motion that echoes their ancient role in vertebrate evolution. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of coelacanth biology is their reproduction. Females carry their young for 13 months longer than most mammals. The eggs, each the size of a tennis ball, are among the largest of any fish. When the young finally emerge, they're fully formed miniature versions of their parents, equipped with the same ancient anatomy that has served their species since the Devonian period. Modern technology has allowed researchers to study coelacanths in their natural habitat without disturbing them. Submersible dives in the 1980s and 1990s revealed behaviors that no fossil could have predicted. These fish are remarkably social, often gathering in small groups within cave systems. They display complex territorial behaviors and appear to have preferred hunting grounds that they defend from intruders. Most unsettling of all, they seem to recognize the submersibles. Veteran coelacanth researchers report that individual fish they've encountered multiple times show what can only be described as curiosity about the mechanical visitors to their domain. Some specimens have been observed approaching the vehicles, apparently investigating these strange new additions to their ancient world. The discovery of Indonesian coelacanths in 1997 added another layer to the mystery. This second population, Latimeria menadoensis, lives 6,000 miles from their African cousins in the waters around Sulawesi. Genetic analysis suggests the two populations have been separated for millions of years, yet both maintain the same essential characteristics that define their species. This raises profound questions about coelacanth distribution and survival. How many other populations might exist in unexplored deep-water environments? The ocean covers more than 70% of our planet's surface, yet we've explored less than 5% of it in any meaningful detail. Every deep-sea expedition reveals new species, new ecosystems, new possibilities. Current estimates suggest fewer than 1,000 coelacanths remain in the wild, making them more endangered than giant pandas or Siberian tigers. Yet their discovery fundamentally changed our understanding of what extinction means. If a species science had declared extinct for 66 million years, could survive undetected in the deep ocean, what other impossible creatures might be waiting in the abyss? The coelacanth reminds us that the deep sea keeps its secrets well. In the crushing darkness of the ocean's middle depths, in volcanic caves where no human foot will ever tread, ancient rhythms continue. Fish that knew the ocean when it was young still patrol territories they claimed before the continents found their current positions. Their existence suggests that extinction, like so many absolutes in science, may be more complex than we imagine. The deep ocean serves not just as habitat, but as sanctuary, a place where the impossible becomes merely improbable, where creatures from the planet's youth can persist in patient silence, waiting for the right moment to remind us how little we truly know about the world beneath the waves. The beacons of the abyssal plains, 4 miles beneath the ocean's surface. Marine biologist Dr. Elena Vasquez watched her deep-sea camera feed in stunned silence as thousands of pinpricks of light danced across what should have been one of Earth's most barren landscapes. The abyssal plains, those vast underwater deserts that stretch across 40% of our planet's surface, were supposed to be nearly lifeless. Yet here, in the crushing darkness where sunlight has never touched, an entire galaxy of living stars pulsed and flickered in patterns that defied everything science thought it knew about life in the deep. That footage, captured during a 2019 expedition in the North Pacific, revealed something extraordinary. The abyssal plains weren't empty wastelands at all. They were cosmic theaters of bioluminescence, populated by creatures so perfectly adapted to their impossible world that they'd essentially become living beacons in an endless night. The numbers alone tell an impossible story. At depths between 13,000 and 20,000 feet, where the pressure reaches 600 times that at sea level, and the temperature hovers just above freezing, nearly 90% of all life forms produce their own light. Compare that to shallow waters, where maybe 10% of creatures are bioluminescent, and you start to grasp the magnitude of what's happening down there. Dr. Stephen Haddock from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute has spent 2 decades studying deep-sea bioluminescence, and his findings challenge our most basic assumptions about evolution. Most organisms on Earth evolved in response to sunlight, photosynthesis, vision, circadian rhythms. Even our own sleep cycles trace back to that ancient relationship with solar radiation. But in the abyssal plains, life took a different path entirely. The creatures there didn't adapt to use existing light, they became the light. Take the vampire squid, Vampirothistis infernalis, literally, vampire squid from hell. When threatened, it doesn't just produce light, it creates what researchers call a burglar alarm, ejecting clouds of bioluminescent mucus that can glow for up to 10 minutes. The light attracts predators to the area, but by then the vampire squid has vanished into the darkness. It's using light as a weapon, a decoy, and an escape route, all at once. But the vampire squid's light show is nothing compared to what the deep-sea anglerfish has achieved. Melanocetus johnsoni carries what amounts to a biological headlamp, a specialized organ called a photophore that dangles in front of its mouth like a fishing lure. The light comes from colonies of bioluminescent bacteria that live inside the fish in a relationship so intricate that neither organism can survive without the other. Here's where it gets strange. Each species of deep-sea anglerfish has its own unique bacterial partner. Scientists have identified over 200 species of these fish, and each one glows with a slightly different wavelength of light. It's as if evolution created an entire spectrum of living neon signs, each one perfectly calibrated for its specific purpose in the eternal darkness. Dr. Vasquez's team discovered something even more puzzling during their 2019 expedition. Using advanced sonar mapping, they identified what they called light deserts, vast areas of the abyssal plains where bioluminescence suddenly stops. These aren't areas without life, they're areas where creatures have evolved not to glow. The question that keeps researchers awake at night is why. One theory suggests these dark zones might be refuges, places where non-luminous creatures can hide from the constant light show happening around them. Another possibility is that these areas represent an entirely different evolutionary pathway, one that science hasn't even begun to understand yet. The most intriguing discovery came from analyzing the chemical composition of abyssal bioluminescence. Most shallow water creatures that produce light use luciferin, a molecule that reacts with oxygen to create that familiar blue-green glow we see in fireflies and shallow water jellyfish. But deep-sea organisms have developed dozens of different chemical pathways to generate light. Some use coelenterazine, others rely on bacterial symbiosis, and a few species appear to use compounds that don't exist anywhere else in nature. It's as if the deep ocean became a laboratory for evolutionary chemistry, testing combinations of molecules that the surface world never needed to explore. The geographic distribution of these bioluminescent beacons reveals another mystery. They're not randomly scattered across the abyssal plains. Instead, they cluster in specific patterns, long chains of light that follow underwater mountain ranges, spiraling networks that mirror deep ocean currents, and perfect circles that seem to appear around underwater volcanic vents. Dr. Rebecca Morrison from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution participated in a 2021 expedition that mapped these light patterns across 50,000 square miles of Pacific Ocean floor. Her team found that the patterns remain remarkably stable over time. Footage taken decades apart shows the same basic arrangements of bioluminescent activity, as if these creatures are following some kind of blueprint that's been passed down through millions of years of evolution. The temporal patterns are equally puzzling. Using remote observation stations, researchers have discovered that abyssal bioluminescence follows rhythms that have nothing to do with day and night cycles. Some areas experience coordinated light displays that last for hours, with thousands of creatures seemingly communicating across vast distances in the darkness. Other regions show random bursts of activity that spike and fade with no discernible pattern. What makes these findings so significant is their implications for our understanding of life itself. If evolution could produce such sophisticated bioluminescent systems in Earth's most extreme environment, what might be possible on other worlds? The moons of Jupiter and Saturn have subsurface oceans similar to our abyssal plains, dark, cold, pressurized environments where sunlight never penetrates. The creatures illuminating our deepest ocean floors aren't just evolutionary curiosities. They're proof that life can not only survive in the most impossible conditions, but can thrive there, creating beauty and complexity that rivals anything in the sunlit world above. Every deep-sea expedition brings back footage of new bioluminescent species, each one more perfectly adapted to its dark world than the last. These living beacons continue to pulse and flicker in the abyssal darkness, carrying secrets of evolution that science is only beginning to decode. Submerged tankers of Davy Jones' locker. 3 tankers vanished in the North Atlantic between 1942 and 1943, each carrying enough fuel to power a small city for months. When marine archaeologist Dr. Elena Vasquez located their wrecks in 2019, spread across a 100-mile radius of seemingly empty ocean, she found something that maritime historians are still struggling to explain. The cargo holds were empty, but the ships had never been torpedoed. 7 decades beneath the waves, these steel giants rest in perfect formation on the abyssal plain, their hulls intact, their superstructures eerily preserved in the deep's embrace. What should have been routine wartime casualties became something far more perplexing when advanced sonar mapping revealed the impossible geometry of their final resting places. The first vessel, the SS Meridian Star, sits upright at 11,400 feet, her massive bulk casting shadows across the seafloor like a cathedral made of rust and memory. Her sister ship, the Atlantic Dawn, lies parallel exactly 2.3 nautical miles to the southeast. The third tanker, the Northern Light, completes what researchers now call the triangle formation, a precise arrangement that defies every known pattern of ship sinkings in maritime history. Dr. Vasquez's deep-sea submersible footage reveals details that challenge our understanding of how ships die at sea. The Atlantic Dawn's bridge windows remain intact, still reflecting the submarine's lights after 70 years in crushing darkness. Inside the wheelhouse, the ship's chronometer stopped at 3:17, though whether morning or afternoon remains unknown. More unsettling, the helm wheel shows clear handprints in the sediment that has accumulated over decades, as if someone had gripped it moments before the cameras arrived. The Northern Light presents its own riddle. Her massive propeller, designed to push 15,000 tons of steel through Atlantic swells, sits buried 3 feet deep in the ocean floor. The mathematics don't work. For the prop to embed that deeply, the ship would have had to hit bottom at tremendous speed, stern first. Naval engineers who reviewed the footage estimate she would need to be traveling at least 40 knots vertically downward. No sinking ship in recorded history has ever achieved such velocity. But the real mystery lies in what's missing. Each tanker's cargo manifest, preserved in the National Maritime Archives, lists identical loads: 120,000 barrels of aviation fuel bound for Allied bases in Iceland. Remote cameras threading through the ruptured hull plating reveal cavernous cargo holds, their steel ribs exposed like the skeleton of some prehistoric whale. The tanks that should contain thousands of gallons of fuel stand bone dry, their metal surfaces scoured clean. The absence of oil residue puzzles marine chemists. Even after 7 decades, petroleum products leave chemical signatures in seawater and sediment. Dr. James Crawford from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution has analyzed dozens of core samples from the wreck sites. His spectroscopy equipment, sensitive enough to detect hydrocarbon molecules at parts per trillion concentrations, finds nothing. The surrounding seafloor shows no trace that these ships ever carried fuel oil of any kind. More troubling are the personal effects that shouldn't exist. The Meridian Star's crew quarters yielded a collection of items that raise uncomfortable questions about the official timeline. A leather-bound logbook, its pages somehow preserved by an air pocket in the chief engineer's cabin, contains entries dated 3 weeks after the ship's recorded sinking. The handwriting matches samples from Harold Mackenzie, the Meridian Star's chief engineer, whose family received notification of his death on February 14, 1943. The final entry, written in Mackenzie's careful script, reads simply, "The lights have returned. Captain says we make for Harbor 7 at dawn. God help us all." Naval records contain no reference to any facility designated Harbor 7 in the relevant operational theaters. Each wreck site exhibits the same peculiar characteristic, an absence of marine growth that marine biologists find deeply unsettling. At depths exceeding 11,000 feet, these ships should be covered in deep-sea coral, tube worms, and bacterial mats that thrive in the nutrient-rich environment around large metal structures. Instead, the hulls remain strangely pristine, their steel surfaces swept clean as if by invisible currents. Dr. Sarah Chen, a marine biologist specializing in deep-sea ecosystems, documented her findings during a 2021 expedition to all 3 sites. Her underwater cameras captured footage of the sea floor immediately surrounding each wreck, teeming with the expected array of abyssal life, but within a precise 50-meter radius of each hull, the ocean floor lies barren. No explanation exists in current marine science for such localized dead zones around 70-year-old wrecks. The formation itself continues to generate debate among maritime archaeologists. Computer modeling of North Atlantic current patterns suggests that 3 ships sinking independently, even in the same general area, would scatter randomly across hundreds of square miles of ocean floor over 7 decades. Ocean currents, thermal layers, and the simple physics of objects falling through water make such precise positioning astronomically unlikely. Yet there they rest, their triangular arrangement so exact that it appears almost ceremonial. Each vessel occupies a point that, when connected by straight lines, forms an equilateral triangle, with sides measuring precisely 2.3 nautical miles. The mathematical precision suggests intentional placement, but by whom and for what purpose remains unknown. Recent side-scan sonar surveys have detected additional anomalies within the triangle's perimeter. Geometric patterns on the seafloor, too regular to be natural formations, extend between the 3 wrecks like ancient roads connecting forgotten cities. The patterns are subtle, visible only through advanced acoustic imaging, but their artificial origin seems undeniable. The families of the lost crews have begun asking questions that naval historians cannot answer. Why do official records show these 3 ships sinking on different dates, in different locations, when they clearly rest together in perfect formation? Why have 70 years of maritime archaeology somehow overlooked 3 massive tanker wrecks sitting in plain sight on well-traveled shipping routes? Most unsettling of all, why do deep-sea monitoring stations record periodic acoustic anomalies from the Triangle Formation, low-frequency pulses that occur every 47 days with clockwork precision? The signals, too structured to be natural phenomena, continue broadcasting into the darkness, carrying messages that no one has yet learned to decode. In the crushing silence of the deep Atlantic, these steel monuments to mystery wait patiently, their secrets locked in flooded compartments and scattered across an ocean floor that reveals its treasures reluctantly, one impossible detail at a time. The enigma of the stone spheres. Deep beneath the Pacific, where sunlight has never touched the seafloor, oceanographers discovered something that shouldn't exist. Scattered across the abyssal plains, resting in sediment that hasn't been disturbed for millennia, lie thousands of perfectly spherical stones, not rough, weathered rocks shaped by currents or geological processes, but flawless spheres, so precise that modern manufacturing techniques struggle to replicate their mathematical perfection. The first official documentation came in 1976, when a Soviet research vessel conducting routine mineral surveys began pulling up these anomalous objects in their collection nets. The crew initially dismissed them as some form of industrial waste, until they realized they were operating over terrain that had been undisturbed for geological ages, far from any shipping lanes or human activity. Dr. Mikhail Petrov, the expedition's lead geologist, later wrote in his classified report that the spheres defied every conventional explanation his team could propose. They weren't volcanic formations, which would show clear signs of their molten origin. They weren't concretions, the natural cement-like formations that sometimes create rounded shapes on ocean floors. Under microscopic analysis, their surface showed no tool marks, no evidence of artificial manufacturing, yet their spherical precision exceeded anything nature typically produces. The spheres varied in size, from marble-sized objects to massive formations nearly 6 feet in diameter. But regardless of scale, each maintained that same impossible geometric perfection. The smaller ones could be lifted by a single researcher, while the larger specimens required specialized equipment to bring to the surface. What puzzled scientists most was their composition, a dense, dark material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, giving each sphere an almost otherworldly appearance. Word of the discovery remained contained within Soviet scientific circles for nearly a decade. When Western researchers finally gained access to the findings in the mid-1980s, their initial skepticism quickly transformed into bewilderment. Dr. Sarah Chen, a marine geologist from Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, was among the first Americans to examine the spheres directly. Her notes from that period reveal a growing sense of unease about their implications. The objects were composed primarily of manganese and iron oxides, materials common enough in deep ocean environments, but their crystalline structure showed patterns that didn't match any known natural formation process. The molecules were arranged with a precision that suggested deliberate organization, as if each sphere had been constructed at the atomic level, according to some predetermined blueprint. Carbon dating placed the spheres at approximately 15,000 years old, predating any known human civilization capable of deep-sea operations. This temporal displacement only deepened the mystery. If these objects were artificial, they implied the existence of an advanced society operating in Earth's oceans millennia before recorded history. If they were natural, they represented a geological process science had never encountered. Professor James Mitchell from the University of Cambridge proposed what became known as the biological theory. He suggested the spheres might be fossilized remains of unknown deep-sea organisms, creatures that had somehow evolved perfectly spherical shells, for reasons we couldn't comprehend. His research team discovered trace amounts of organic compounds within several specimens, lending some credence to this hypothesis. But even Mitchell acknowledged that no known biological process could account for such mathematical precision in living organisms. The distribution pattern of the spheres posed additional questions. They weren't randomly scattered across the ocean floor, as debris from a shipwreck or natural disaster might be. Instead, they formed loose geometric patterns, alignments, and clusters that suggested intentional placement. Some areas of the Pacific contain dense concentrations, while vast stretches of similar seafloor held none at all. In 1993, Japanese researchers made a discovery that complicated the picture further. While conducting surveys near the Mariana Trench, they found spheres that appeared to be actively growing. These objects showed layers of material accretion, like tree rings, suggesting they were still forming through some unknown process. Time-lapse photography over several months revealed imperceptible changes in size and surface texture, as if the spheres were somehow alive, or at least responsive to their environment. Native populations in several Pacific Island cultures have legends that may reference these enigmatic objects. The Polynesian concept of Tipohaku Mate, the sleeping stones, describes spherical objects that rest beneath the waves, holding the memories of the ancient ocean. Maori traditions speak of Nakohatu Tapu, sacred stones that fell from the sky into the deepest waters, carrying the essence of forgotten gods. Modern analysis using advanced scanning techniques has revealed that many spheres contain hollow chambers, internal spaces that shouldn't exist if they formed through natural accretion processes. These voids maintain different atmospheric compositions than the surrounding seawater, containing gas mixtures that don't match Earth's current atmosphere. Some researchers theorize these chambers preserve samples of ancient air, possibly from a time when our planet's atmospheric composition was fundamentally different. The most unsettling discovery came in 2019, when a research team from the University of Sydney detected what appeared to be electromagnetic activity emanating from several sphere clusters. Sensitive instruments recorded regular pulses, faint but measurable signals that repeated in complex patterns. The frequencies didn't match any known geological or biological phenomenon. When researchers attempted to map these signals, they found they created mathematical sequences that seemed almost communicative. Dr. Elena Vasquez, who led the electromagnetic studies, described the experience as deeply unsettling. The patterns suggested intelligence, she reported, not random noise, but organized information. Her team detected variations that seemed to respond to external stimuli, as if the spheres were somehow aware of the research equipment surrounding them. Attempts to extract intact spheres for comprehensive laboratory analysis have met with limited success. The objects seem to lose their electromagnetic properties once removed from their deep ocean environment. Several specimens have actually begun to deteriorate upon reaching the surface, their perfect spherical shapes slowly distorting as if the pressure change affects their fundamental structure. The stone spheres continue to accumulate on the Pacific floor, their numbers apparently increasing each year. Whether they represent an ancient civilization's lost technology, an unknown biological process, or something else entirely, remains one of the